come to one.
The FNCS Global Championship. This is day number 2.
Now is the moment you have all been waiting for.
Because we're already heading into game number 1.
Well, he only has 23 HP, doesn't have time to sit back. Nice shot's gonna be fired. That is a huge siphon and refresh.
Cooper going absolutely nuclear with the back-to-backs here. Cooper won't let it go.
But it's Bryce and Chubbs just stole away the game. Game number 2 is about to start now. Keto's using that early high ground to his advantage, but it only lasts for so long. Cheatin' and Pixie take the game.
We are ready to just get right back into all of the action. This is game number 3.
Jamon's getting trapped. Moneymaker comes out on top.
Duke and Edgy, they know that they needed this one. Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation.
What?
Massive shot though onto second. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
This sounds like game number
4 is ready. Pink coming back here. They drop Miro, take down Cooper shortly after. Look at that. Clix is gonna fall. Pink and Vico have rocketed their way up.
That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom, and fall damage is real on the Vico, but Pink and Vico take the game.
Double-digit eliminations. Let's go, boys.
The very last chance for any one of these teams
To make it into the top 25. Here we go.
Every one of these teams are below them are getting eliminated. TK and Quanti.
Oh my
One of them's
gosh.
gonna go down. The crash landing
Oh
comes
my
through,
gosh.
but Peter Bot just dunks him out of the lobby. Noxy falls. 1v1 situation. Fadil versus Groves. Groves goes down. Fadil takes him out.
The only thing left is to start focusing on grand finals of the global championships. Fortnite fans from around the globe, welcome back to the FNCS Global Championship. This is it, Championship Sunday. 50 of the best duos from around the world will battle it out, but only one duo can walk away global champions. Please give a big welcome to Vivid and Levin2k. They'll be analyzing all of the things. Gentlemen, here we go. The crowd is hyped. Thank y'all so much for that.
All right, I like that.
Championship Sunday. 50 of the best duos. Fortnite action, next level. One set of global champions.
Zeke, Levin, I just gotta make sure one thing, Levin. I gotta get a pinch. Give me a pinch. Give me a pinch. Okay, that means one thing. It is real. We are really here. The Global Championship. We have been talking about it all year. Majors 1, 2, 3, last chance major. The storyline was set up earlier on in the year. These players knew what they were fighting for throughout the entirety of the year. And the fact that we have finally arrived on the day gets me so excited.
To think that all that hard work all throughout the year comes into this moment here. The pressure for them must be immense, right? But even here, I'm feeling it, right? The nerves, because we've seen all these different teams show off such high levels of skill, but to think it's only going to be one duo, one team that gets to walk away with that trophy.
That's right. The fans want it. We want it. And I think for me, man, the biggest thing is you can't skip a beat. You cannot make a mistake. We will have 6 games today, but if you want to be global champions, you have to bring everything today. You cannot think, what could have we have done? What are the things we could have changed? No, today is the day.
Yeah, 100%. I like the fact that you called out 6 games, right? Because we were asking ourselves, how are those 5 games going to go on Friday and Saturday? And they changed so much, right? The leaderboard was bouncing up and down. Teams were flying up it, flying down it, which means that every single game just matters that much more.
Yeah, I mean, we've not had such a monumental event, come down to just 6 games, right? Players are used to having to play a lot more than this. And so again, you sort of look at all the players competing and the standings, and things can go any which way at any given moment.
Absolutely, man. Well, of course, it's not just going to be us who you are hearing from. Let's take a walk around the venue. Fans from all over are gathered here. So let's kick it on up to the casters for them to say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke. This place is out of this world. The fans are amazing, and we're ready to see this action.
It's actually going to be me doing the job, so I'll be running this on a clean feed so that we can actually have better casters than these guys. Maybe not better, but different.
Brackets for the first ever of its kind in person here. Imagine you make it this far and then you have to make it to Sunday, but this will be Championship Sunday.
Yeah, all these players, they've battled it out. Some even playing 2 days just to get to this point. You got to imagine the nerves are high, but for some, those are non-existent. They're ready to take the stage. They're ready to put on a show and claim that Axe of Champions and that beautiful trophy, of course.
And you really have to be, because $4 million is on the line, of course. And if you are the team to take first place, everything can change right before your eyes. And what better way to do it than in this awesome venue? So let's go ahead and tune in with the stage with Frankie.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it's mad to think that history is about to be made on this very stage in Copenhagen.
First place.
The winners will share $1 million. But none of those duos backstage are thinking about the prize money. They're just thinking about proving that they and their region are the best in the world at Fortnite. And they get to do it in front of one of the best audiences I have had the pleasure of spending time with. We've got so many incredible fans and families out here. So many mums and dads who really know their way around a Fortnite build as well. Definitely better than me. Maybe I need to duo with some of them in the future. And really just a feeling of wanting to support everyone that's going to appear on stage. Of course, people do have their favorites, but at the same time, we just want to share in the best moment of these players' lives. And we also have some incredible people in the Creators Lounge, and I know that Kelly's going to be talking to some of them today. Kelly, where you at?
That is right, Frankie. I am here in the Creator Lounge, and the energy is absolutely electric. And I've already been to the stadium. I can't wait to see the fans lose their minds once we kick off the competition. But it's almost a bittersweet moment. This journey started
Switch the windows around one sec, guys.
ago in Major 1, and for the fact that
Kelly, you know we're excited
There
as
we go.
well.
Okay.
I mean,
My bad about
vibes
that,
are
guys.
high. The arena is packed. They are all feeling good. We are feeling good as well. As Kelly mentioned, though, $4 million prize pool here at Global Championship. The duo that walks away in that #1 spot, $1 million. And you know, friends, the thing that Kelly actually mentioned yesterday, think about the difference. A single point could be the difference maker in $350,000.
A single point, a single game, right? I already mentioned it, how volatile the matches have been throughout the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So I'll be expecting teams to be gaining thousands of dollars based on one of these matches. But of course, Levin, they're fighting for something else.
Yeah, it's not just the money, it's the trophy as well. You'd be surprised. You talk to a lot of those players backstage, Zeke, and a lot of them will tell you, yeah, the money's all right, but I want the trophy.
Yeah.
Right? That's what they really want, right? You know, to be able to have that is something truly, truly special. And of course, the money's great as well. We could all use $1 million, I'm sure.
Of course, but there is that title, Global Champions, right? Undeniably, hey, we are some of the best duos in the world. We've got the accolades to back up that claim. Now let's set this in perspective. Let's take a look at our lobby list. Let's see who will be watching compete today. This is probably the craziest lobby I think I've ever seen in Fortnite history. Invitational came pretty close. This, though, Levin, this takes us to a whole other level.
I mean, when you say the best of the best, it really doesn't get better than this. You look at, you know, some of the best players in obviously the big regions, some of the biggest names in the world of competitive Fortnite. You really start to hear some cheers from Mr. Savage and Video there. You know, people are happy to see them here. But even then, right, from some of the regions that maybe historically aren't as big as the EU and the NAs of the world, you know, some of their best players from there still representing, still getting a chance to show up on this stage.
Love the fact that you're bringing up the representation from other regions. 23 EU duos, 18 NA duos, 4 Asian duos, 3 from the Brazilian region, 1 from Oceania, and 1 from Middle East. And honestly, Levin, looking at this list, the thing that I love the most about the format, right, throughout the entire year is that every duo's story is different.
Oh, 100%. Right, certain teams have had it easy. Certain Major 1 teams, right? They started the year hot, were able to cruise through the rest of the year. Some of the other teams, it was only in Last Chance Major they were able to make it through. Even then, even from where they've qualified, right? How those teams have performed, the battles they've had at their POI in real life. Everybody has a story to tell coming into this one, and we're gonna see it wrapped up after 6 games.
So wild. I'm already getting hype. I gotta contain myself. Z, calm down. Let's talk about a duo that got a victory royale yesterday. Iamzo and Rise, a duo from NA, a duo that we just all had expectations for.
I'll see that
And
kid
man,
in the
did
gritty
they
in the
deliver.
background, bro.
What it would mean to me to win the Global Championship would be my first like FNCS win and feel nice.
What it would mean for me to win the FNCS Global Championship would put us on the map as one of the best teams in North America and represent our region on a global stage.
Iamzo and Rise from NA, they've been favorites to win pretty much every single major throughout the year, and they are favorites even for this weekend as well, the Global Championship, and for good.
I mean, I really like Iamzo and Rise just from what I've seen, because a lot of throughout the entire year they have been placing very consistently in Cash Cups, and really it's just like it's amazing to think like the server switch in North America just went to Austin, Texas, and these kids are from Canada and they're playing this well. So it's like it goes to show how well you can be even if you're playing on that 50 ping, you know.
Just throughout the majors.
Look, they've been coached by BloodX this year, and they've been looking like a lot of the other BloodX teams you see in the EU, where these guys are comfortable. They'll look up for height when it's available, but even if they don't get it, they'll play those mid-ground layers to perfection. Yomzo, one of the best fraggers in the world, he's been unbelievable, mastered everything you can master in this game, and Rise is an IGL, so comfortable, so cool, so calm, so collected, always ready.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about strategy, right? And usually teams, they kind of have something that they like to play into. But for Yomzo and Rise, I feel like they are just good at every single one, right? High ground, mid ground, and low ground.
You talk about high ground. Let's talk about a duo contesting that high ground. It's your FNCS Invitational winners, Cammy and Seti.
It would have meant to me to win the Global Championship. I think it would be an amazing feeling because we both worked so hard for this. It would be a back-to-back winning awards, so just like very nice.
What would it mean for me winning the Global Championship? It would mean really a lot because the prize pool is like 4 times higher than it was the last time, and we would win back-to-back, so it would be really nice to win it again.
The team with all the pressure on them, right? The reigning champions, people see them as... Have we got some Cammy and Seti fans in here? Anyone in here supporting Cammy and Seti?
There it is.
They're here, they're here.
Me as well. You know, I mean, I should start cheering because, yeah, you mentioned it, right? Going for the back-to-back at international events. I guess the biggest question for everybody, Levin, can they do it?
I think the answer is a resounding yes, as long as they are uncontested, right? I think coming into this competition, people who thought they'd be uncontested consider them probably the favorites, right? Their form coming into this has been unbelievable, but there is always going to be that question mark. We saw what happened in game 1 of the upper bracket qualifiers. When they were contested, they got beat off spawn. It didn't quite work out. They did bounce back eventually and qualify, right? But there's always going to be that question mark of if somebody can rattle them off spawn, will that affect how they play?
Yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on them in the early game, but I'm going to be paying attention to the late game. I saw in some of those upper bracket games, they were actually trying to counter-strat Queasy and Veno off the high ground.
They've been doing that a lot. If you've been paying attention to EU Fortnite, it's been different. I think everybody associates Seti and Cammy with being this low ground team that's going to play mid-ground layers, slow down the game. But they've been looking at height. They've been playing for height, and they've been pretty effective. There were a couple games where they were flanking Queasy and Veno on height. Those guys had no clue who was in the storm, but it was Seti and Cammy. These guys are ready. They've improved their game since last year, and I think they're going to be a threat when given the chance.
That's right. A year to prepare. What did they learn? What does it mean to them to walk away as Global Championship winners? Take a look.
What would it mean to me to win the FNCS Global Championship? It would mean everything. To win the Global Championship, it would mean the end of the story that we started last year. And yeah, I truly hope it's going to happen.
The reason the Global Championship win will mean so much for Queasy and Veno was, of course, that second place at Invitational. And it came on the back foot of one of the bravest things we have ever seen in Fortnite.
Yeah, it takes courage to do this. It goes to show that these guys are truly winners at heart, even though it didn't pay off for them, because you only make this play if you are solely dedicated to winning, and that's what these two are. You look at their journey throughout the year, Vivid. I don't think there's been a duo that has reached a peak as high as Queasy and Veno. Their performance during Major 2 was spectacular. Never seen before in the highest levels of Fortnite. And I know for a fact they're going to be jumping in a time machine to go back to that kind of level and bring that to the competition today.
It absolutely blows my mind that I cannot count on one hand how many victory royales Queasy and Veno got in a major FNCS grand final format. They got 6 out of the 12 games. How?
I'm still trying to wonder myself. I'm still trying to figure it out. You know, their game plan was on point. It was like just nobody had an answer to what they were doing. And of course, if you do watch competitive Fortnite, you know these guys are a high ground team. They like to soar in the skies, and it's very hard to stop them when they're up there. I think the key to what's made them even more dominant force this year is the fact that they are more comfortable still when they don't get the chance to play height, right? Because everyone tries to anti-strat against them on height because you expect them up there, but now they're even more comfortable if they don't get height.
Actually, yes, I love the fact that the points that you are making right there. And I want to give a shout out to Veno because I have never had more respect for a player than when I was VOD reviewing him back in Major number 1. I was like, wow, this guy does everything perfectly. It looks like every single thing that he does has a reason behind it.
I mean, it does. He's just built different. That's Veno. That's Veno for you. It's the reason why he's confident. A lot of people don't like his confidence sometimes. Right? They think he's a bit too arrogant, but he backs it up in the server every single time.
That's right. Well, I know you all at home and of course here in the arena would love to hear from them. So guess what? Frankie is standing by with the duo right now.
Well, I, for one, love Veno's confidence, especially if it means I get to talk to him right now. Let's just talk about Raleigh last year. Second place, not normally spoke about, but it's been talked about constantly ever since. Are you keen to close this chapter out today, Veno?
I mean, what's keen for us is to show that there's no rivalry and, you know, show the world what we're made of again.
What do you think, though, when you see Cammy and Seti on the high ground now? They were even going for it in the upper bracket on day 1.
I mean, they've been practicing on the high ground this season, I think, and if we're up there, they're going to be on low and they're going to place bad, so that's the plan.
And what about you? Do you still feel like a high ground king? Or are you now the flexible kings?
I'm the high ground king, 100%.
And what happens if someone comes to your high ground today and tries to anti-strat you?
We're taking it off them.
I can't wait to see players try. I'm not going to try and put any duos off going for you today. Now, talk to me about your victory royale on day 1. You set out your stall early, but you came second overall. Are you hiding things from us?
I mean, we've definitely hidden some strats, so you guys are going to see in an hour or so, but, you know, we're gonna show the world, like I said. I mean, we've definitely hidden some things, and you're going to be surprised how far ahead we are.
Do you think that Major 3 and not making the grand finals was a bit of a wake-up call for the two of you? Do you think it's pushed you harder than ever before?
Maybe. Like, that major was, like, definitely a rough time, but I think we learned from it, and hopefully we can show it now.
And you know what? 6 victory royales in the grand finals of Major number 2. That's no joke. These boys, they're coming for you.
I mean, you talk about Veno being confident. Queasy's right there with them. Now, of course, they discussed this rivalry between Cammy and Seti, but what would kind of close that chapter for them?
I think that they don't believe there's a chapter there at all, right? When I've spoken to Veno and Queasy throughout the year, genuinely, they don't believe there's a rivalry. They think that they are a level above Cammy and Seti, and I think this truly is their chance to prove it. But yeah, for them, I don't think they think there's a rivalry. Veno just said it earlier. He's trying to prove there's no rivalry. We're just better than those guys.
Yeah, 100% love that. And I guess when you think about it, right, at an international event, getting second place, really the only thing that you should have a problem with is getting first place. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only thing that they care about.
A thing many of these duos we talk about have in common is their LAN experience. And some of them have a little bit more than others. I wonder how that's going to play a factor. Well, why don't we listen to them?
I would really like to win the global championship. I think that there are certain factors that separate winning online and winning at an actual LAN. The biggest one is just your nerves and being able to control them.
It's obviously different than winning something online because there's crowd, there's people cheering for you.
Just be comfortable at your seat, you know? Like, if it's not comfortable, find a way to make yourself comfortable.
You will be able to reset and compose yourself.
For me, it doesn't feel like a difference anymore. Playing at a lot of LANs now, and I think I'm one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros, everybody plays this game to win.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Definitely winning a LAN gives me a confidence because I know I can do it.
The best moment of the last year was obviously winning Invitational.
When you win a LAN, your reputation is just, it's just higher.
I feel like Cammy and Seti could definitely win, but I feel like they have a lot more pressure than everyone else.
We feel really comfortable, and we think that we have a really big chance of winning.
I don't think there's any pressure on us of winning this global championship because we don't need to pressure ourselves. It's either we win or we don't win.
I think it's just going to be a pure competition.
I think everyone can talk, but at the end of the day, the actions matter the most.
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always going to have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
I think everybody would want to win this event.
It would mean a lot to me to win this. The last missing piece I need for my Fortnite career.
I came here for one thing only, is to win.
It's 6 games, so anything can happen.
To whatever happens, good luck to everyone.
We'll see if their experience helps them out today, but as we continue this talk about what we're going to be viewing, let's talk about format. What has led us here? Well, we started with an upper bracket and a lower bracket, both with only 5 games each day. Now, gentlemen, the key factor here is twofold. One, we have 6 games, but on top of that, grand finals, we're used to 2 days, 6 games each day. Here, we only have the 6.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. And, you know, we just heard Vico talk about it. 6 games, quote unquote, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I don't know how many times I've commentated 6 games events, right? And it's like you go into the last game and the game ends and you're like, how did this team win? Where did they come from, right? Because there are so many teams, the points will end up being so close that so many different teams are in contention, right? And hopefully for the fans that happens today, right, you get a bit more action, a bit more intense. But for the players, it's like you really have to make those games count, right? You can't just think, okay, it was just day 1, we reset, we've got to review, we come back tomorrow. No, these are the 6 games. You don't leave this stage without there being a winner.
That's right. Again, you just can't skip a beat, right? Let's take a look at the point format. We've seen this in the last couple of days, 65 points for the Victory Royale. Top 25 will get you just a little bit of something. Obviously still 4 points per eliminations rather, but still those mid-match objective points. 15 for Rift Island. The past 2 days, we've just seen Rift Island casually set aside. But guys, these 15 points, they could make or break a duo.
Yeah, I mean, all of the points can make a difference for sure, right? We're talking about the volatility of the 6 games, which just means that not only every single game matters that much more, but so does every single point.
Spoiler alert, game 5 and 6, Rift Island's going to look messy. Yeah, it's going to look crazy because everyone's
Don't tell them the scripts, Levin.
That is the script, I'm sorry. I had to leak it.
Y'all are crazy. So let's talk about some of the, we'll talk about a couple of the contested POIs. What are we expecting to see here? So we've got a handy dandy map here. So keep in mind, these yellow circles you're seeing, that means there's 2 duos at these spots. The red, there is 3. Let's go ahead and make this easy. Racetrack, Thomas HD going up against Kanata. We saw this up in the upper bracket, and this went a certain way. Now we get the run back. What has Kanata learned, and how can we expect it to go for round 2?
Thomas HD with the home ground advantage. Kanata with a little bit of a birthday buff. I am excited to see how this one actually ends up panning out, but we kind of already saw how this is going to go, right? Upper bracket might have been a little bit of a teaser.
I think it was. And that's unfortunate for the birthday boy Kanata, but I do think what we saw from that Friday games is that Thomas HD and Malabuka are comfortable, or at least more comfortable than the NA boys when being contested. Thomas said it on Friday. No disrespect to you, Kanata, or maybe full disrespect, who knows with Thomas nowadays, but I played better players than you off spawn, right? And throughout the year, throughout the majors this year, we've seen them be contested at the racetrack, and they've still managed to put on incredible performances over 6-game formats. And so if you're Thomas HD, you're just thinking, okay, cool, we just win our 50-50s. When we get the chance to play a game, we're gonna be spectacular. For Kanata and Aegis though, I don't know what there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ringer again here today against a top team that will be relentless every single off-spawn fight.
You know, let's be honest, right? It was pretty much a rough day for them, or upper bracket day, right? They mentioned, oh, we made it off-spawn 2 times on socials, but then the snipers came into play, right? So their games were kind of ended short. But the lower bracket run yesterday, when they were uncontested, they got 30+ points every single game. So they know that they can do it. They're coming in with a lot of confidence.
Well, we had this interview lined up on day number 1 of the upper bracket. So let's relive this moment again. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Over to you.
You say I'm standing by, I feel like I'm standing in the middle, because the 2 of these guys, Thomas, I think they might be cheering for you out there, but maybe some are cheering for Kanata. Copenhagen, are you cheering for Thomas? Can I also hear if you'd like to give a cheer for birthday boy Kanata, please? It's interesting because I can hear a few boos. Are you enjoying the idea of being the villain today?
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what you're also saying is Racetrack's his home. So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land, but, you know, that's just how the game is. Like, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already accepted not winning, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to see what happens.
You came second, though, in the lower bracket. 40th on day number 1. Thomas, you came 14th. And we need to clarify something here. When you guys had your off-spawn battles, what was the score?
I would say it's 3-2, but Canada is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out the air. But yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Kanada, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to Racetrack today?
I mean, like, to be honest, I don't have the respect that Thomas does in like an international land, so I can't like just go somewhere else and be uncontested, right? And I've already been landing here, and I really believe that I have the best drops at this spot. And I mean, if Thomas really could land, Thomas could land anywhere, I think, on the map. Like, unless it's not like the best teams, he would get uncontested 100%.
So you're actually backing him for the win today?
I mean, he's not backing anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm just gonna try my best, right? But I'm just here to have fun.
All right, and Thomas, what about you? Because I know you've said second place isn't good enough after you missed out on winning major number 1 this year by 1 point. So what are you gonna give this competition today?
I mean, we'll just try our best, like try to get as many late games as possible and try not to get elimed off spawn. So yeah, we'll do our best.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Canada do their best today? Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the desk.
Kanada treating it somewhat lackadaisically, right? Just saying, yeah, I've accepted defeat. I don't buy that, Kanada. I feel like this is a misdirect.
I'd like to hope it is. Unfortunately, I don't think it is, because he's been saying this for a while. Like, I asked him the week like before the tournament, he was like, yeah, I think it's over really against Thomas. And I think for anybody who doesn't really understand, that just shows you how good Thomas is, because Kanada is one of the most confident and one of the best players in the world. And he thinks against Thomas HD it's over. So that just goes to show how good Thomas really is.
That is crazy. And, you know, I mean, there's still prize money, right? Okay, let's just, maybe we just take it slow. Maybe we take it a little slow, but let's shift gears here. Let's talk about Acorn going up against Pink.
I cannot wait to see what happens here, because again, it's a repeat of a battle we got to see on Friday during the upper bracket. And it's one that I'm not sure how differently it's gonna go, Vivid, because Acorn and Cold, even though they were up against Pink and Vico, they still did incredibly.
Yeah, and listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say Acorn and Cold, but they're contested, and you know, my competitive side is like, oh, that's such a disadvantage in a lot of these scenarios for the teams. But then Levin was like, well, I mean, upper bracket day, they won, and it was the same situation. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, they won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive those guys were, because coming into the competition, Pink and Vico, they had cooked up so many different strats to try and nullify Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico are used to being contested in this area of the map throughout the year. Acorn and Cold, on the other hand, haven't been, right? So the mentality for Pink and Vico is like, let's make it as uncomfortable for them as possible. They won't be used to it, right? They won't be able to know how to adapt. But even coming into it, using the strats he had cooked up, it still didn't phase Acorn and Cold. And after the tournament, Pink was like, I guess he's just a GOAT, because nothing phases him. I don't know what we can do to really stop this guy.
I mean, that is a lot of respect to give to somebody that you are contesting. But I mean, like, Acorn and Cold deserve it, right? Cold always talks about Acorn being the best IGL in the world. And then I think everybody knows Cold is definitely one of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an elim? It's done in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, easily. If you were gonna make like a Player of the Year award and you had to have a top 3 shortlist, Cold 1,000,000% would be in that top 3 throughout the course of the year. This guy has been on a whole different level.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to get the perspective of Pink, and who better to get that perspective than Frankie, who is standing by with him now.
It's been amazing to watch Pink and Vico over the past couple of days, because on day number 1, they came in 33rd position. But day number 2, after an epic victory royale in game number 4, they managed to race up the leaderboard to 12th, and now they find themselves in Championship Sunday. Pink, tell me about the momentum you found to take that victory royale yesterday.
It all started with the kills of Spawn. So we had kills of Spawn and we were feeling confident. We knew we needed a change in, I guess, confidence. So we just kept getting kills, and then it just, once we have confidence, it's kind of like over.
What happened to your confidence on day one? I remember you telling me that Acorn and Cold were griefing you. Did you think that maybe once that was out the way, you could just focus on your game?
I mean, day one and day two, it didn't really change. Day two, we had a team landing north of us and a team landing south. So I'd say day two was even worse than day one, but we still managed to make it happen.
All year you've had the same drop spot. You call it Pink Split. In fact, the community in Europe calls it Pink Split. Why do you think that teams are contesting you on it at the moment?
I mean, it's just, they land there on NA, we land there on EU. It's just a LAN. Sometimes you're con, sometimes you get lucky and you get uncon. It's nothing personal, things happen.
Do you feel prepared for off-spawn battles today?
Yeah.
And do you feel ready for the victory? Because there may be some people out there who are underestimating you, given the results so far, but it looks like you're on an upwards trajectory.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's 6 games. Anything can happen. If you have your day, you're $1 million richer. So I hope God's with me.
Well, hopefully you are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Now, we need to head over to the Creator Lounge because I know Kelly Link is there with a very special friend of the FNCS.
That is right, Frankie. But this personality right here was too big for the Creator Lounge. We had to do it up on stage. Life with Panda. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Hey, listen, it is great to be here in Copenhagen. Give it up, people!
It's already been an incredible 2 days of competition. What has been your favorite moment so far?
Ooh, listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly, I have to say the Duke 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. Or maybe the Savage Vidil finish yesterday. I don't know. So many great moments going on. I can't wait to see what's about to happen today.
Well, speaking about what's going to happen today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and I'm going to ask you the difficult question. Who do you think is going to walk away in first place?
This is not difficult at all, guys. It's Queasy and Vino. They're going to take it, redeeming themselves from the Invitational, baby. It's going to happen.
All right, Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back to the desk?
Well, one massive shout out to my wife. It is our 3-year wedding anniversary, and we are here in Copenhagen. So shout out to her for letting me be here.
Panda, thank you so much. Thank you all to the audience as well. Let's head on back to the desk.
And then one thing I also find like really interesting right now is like they have all this stuff going on, and it's like this is it. This is their final performance, and you take these people. He literally just said he's expecting Queasy and Vino to win, right? Nobody has even mentioned Bugha, and like you take like a lot of the community around the likes of who I've played with, the main pro they know is Bugha because they don't really pay attention to the other ones, right? But that's just how it is, you know. There have ever since the World Cup, since 2019, there have just been so many other players who have stepped up. So I don't think we're going to be having to listen to these guys. I'm pretty sure I got in the right ones, so we shouldn't be having these guys talk when the clean feed actually starts.
Way as well, Jacob, you have any hot picks? I mean, I was on the Acorn and Cold train, but there's so many people are shouting them out. I'm going to go ahead and go with Iyamzo and Rise. They've been so consistent throughout the entire year. I call them one of the most dangerous duos in Fortnite right now, and I think they're going to show that today.
Well, listen, enough of our picks. Let's go meet these players down on the stage.
Those effects are just crazy, bro. The 3D screen, too. That was a crazy screen, whoever got that, bro. That's just crazy, bro.
For the past year, hundreds
crazy.
of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen. And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world. Copenhagen, are you ready to see history made? You have been the most incredible audience all weekend, and I know you can't wait to give these players your all. So, for the final time this year, please, Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
The mates, Stagey and Podesai are here. With help from their supporters, they are ready to take on the competition. Viva la France!
Let's give Grolls and Cloudski a warm welcome. This duo has worked hard to get this far. It is time for them to begin aiming for nothing but the top.
Give it up for Cooper and Miro. This duo have shown they belong on the big stage. Will they be able to break through and hoist that trophy?
Yumi, Source, they're here. These two mean business with great performances. They have secured their spot here at the grand finals, but it is time to lock in.
Let's welcome Janice and Reason. The German powerhouse team is here to show what they got. This is time to prove it to the world.
Let's hear it for the Brazilian duo, Nutzy and Gabsera, with a great performance at the lower bracket. They are ready to represent Brazil. It's go time.
Datus and Stain, ladies and gentlemen. These guys got the skills to perform on the big stage. It's time to bring the Brazilian flair to the finals.
Let's welcome Bryce and Chubbs. You guys showed us how it's done. If you can keep up the good work, the sky is the limit. What a day yesterday.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid have arrived. These two have shown that they belong with a great performance yesterday, but it's time to do it again.
And now, Steno and Lucy. The Danish Dynamite is here. They're at the home turf. Let's hear what you got for them, Copenhagen. That was just the first 10 duels we've seen compete here today. And I got to call them out right away. Janice and Reason, a duo that you heard Copenhagen go absolutely wild for. I want to talk about the expectations we have for the duo on the day.
Yeah, if you ain't familiar, if you ain't been round here before, let me introduce you to Janice and Reason. These guys are OGs. They've been here. They've been at the top. They've been to the mountaintop. They've seen it all. They've done it all. They've won it all. And they're going to look to try to do that again. They came so close in Major 1. Major 1 Grand Finals in the EU, they led the way after day one, and it looked like a spot in Globals was there for them. But they didn't quite do it, and it took them all the way until Last Chance Major to finally do it. And I know they won't wait late again. They're going to come in early and try and do their thing as best as possible.
But that's what being a global champion is all about. Performing in the clutch. It is a tall task for them today, as we showed that little drop map earlier, right? Where we were expecting a lot of the early game action to show. And there was a red area. That means there are 3 teams up there. And unfortunately for Janus and Reason, they are one of them.
That's right. That's just the first 10. I want to meet the next 10. So let's just jump right into it.
Give it up for Merstash and Tayson, one of the best duos to ever do it. Now it's their chance to show to the world they can do it again.
And here we have Pixie and Cheaton. This duo has showed us that they have what it takes to perform at the highest levels. And now the trophy, it's so close.
Give it up for Baila and Peterbot, 2 of the most dominant players on NA. With a championship already under their belt, they're looking to perform that here once more.
Let's welcome Crisp and Noxie. These guys have showed great consistency for a long time. Let's keep it going because guess what? It's showtime.
Kitos and P8 Sin, the Brazilian champs are here. They know the feeling of winning. Can they do it again? We know the Brazilians are cheering you on.
And now, Vico and Pink, they have accumulated momentum all weekend long, and now it's time to give it your all. Good luck.
Coming all the way from NA, let's give it up for Quanti and TK. They have showcased amazing skill for a long time. They are here for the finals, and that trophy is waiting.
But wait, we have Blaha and Mixon, the Polish duo. Let's make some noise. It's time to crown some new Polish champ potentially. Let's bring on the heat.
Stand up and get loud for Roban and X-Force, making sure they only needed the upper bracket to qualify to the grand finals. Can they keep up the momentum?
Now let's hear it for Bugha and Threats. These guys aren't playing around and do not plan on leaving empty-handed tonight, but will the trophy go home with NA? With every 10, it's starting to get more real and real. The duo we wanted to highlight here was, of course, your World Cup champion, Bugha. You know we had to talk about it. Vivid, imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be crazy.
What a career Bugha has had, teaming up with Threats for this year, coming in major number 2, a 5th place, closing out major number 3 with a 2nd place. Not to mention Bugha himself has 3 FNCS titles. I mean, what can't he do?
One of the GOATs of this game. And I personally, as a fan, just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again.
Yeah.
It would be amazing.
I'm hoping, man. Of course, we've got more duos to introduce. Let's get the next 10.
This is Acorn and Cold with a dominating performance in the upper bracket. These guys are here and they're looking to take home that trophy.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo Clip and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your A game.
Representing the Middle East, Mshari and Rue might be the only team from their region, but that doesn't stop them from winning. These guys will do whatever it takes to succeed.
From NA, we have Thoric and Bolts providing, proving that they can take home FNC FNCS wins. They have championships under their belt, but can they do it one more time?
Misha and Teeny, ladies and gentlemen, do not feel safe regardless of where you drop on the map when these guys are in the lobby. They are here, and they are here to win.
Here we have iDrop and Mappy. The Scandinavian duo is now ready to bring the trophy home after qualifying hot out of day one. Let's go.
Make some noise for Brightbear Flixie. Slowly been climbing the ranks for seasons. Now is their chance to make it big and solidify themselves among the best.
But wait, for Strokey, Kylie, they have landed. They are here, dropping right in from the upper bracket into the grand finals. They are making an impact on the leaderboards.
A big round of applause for Muzz and Paper. These guys are used to being high up on the leaderboards, and they only needed day one to make it here. Now it's time to finish the job.
All right, give it up for Mr. Savage and Badil, making the lower bracket look easy. It's exciting to see if they can do it again here for the grand finals. One step closer to games beginning. Mr. Savage and Badil, you know we got to talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance major. They have something to prove, and they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. They're so smart. Mr. Savage has so much experience, especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person event appearances, and then Badil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on stages like this as much as anybody else in the world of Fortnite. He will know, but Badil, he's been the one in crunch time this year that has really put the performances in to seal the deal. And even though there'll be pressure on him, Badil will be ready.
I'm ready. For more duos, let's get the next 10 in here.
Let's get a big warm welcome for Yapso and Rise. Consistency is key here, and they proved it all year long. Now is the time to finish what they started.
Let's hear it now for Alex and Worthy. As the only OCE team in the lobby tonight, this is their chance, and the pressure is on to take home the LAN title.
Please meet Trulex and Chicho. FNC experience and titles are plenty here. However, a LAN title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
And this is Shari and Giros coming smoking hot out of day number one. Now they're focusing in on today. There's no time to waste. This is it for them.
Make some noise for Bobby and Larpex. First Asian team to make it to the grand finals, but they are not done yet. The trophy is within their grasp.
Pars in Baka, everyone. With a solid performance in the upper bracket, these guys have to be ready now more than ever to take it on in the grand finals.
Here we have him, Ashedes and Striker. Brazil is not to be messed around with. These guys are here to prove they can challenge everyone on the international stage.
Foil and Sphinx are not to be messed with, taking home a victory royale in the upper bracket. They are now here to show if they can do it again. Pressure is on.
Give it up for Queasy and Benno! Today's menu says comeback. Second in the Invitational, second in the upper bracket, but now it is time for a first place finish.
And here we have Kemi and Seti. These guys are used to lifting trophies.
So, Clumsy, they've been announcing the duos that are going to be playing today. We got 50 of them, and they're all going to be playing for the finals. This is the last match, well, the last day of the Global Championships.
This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duel we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex, who OCE as a whole are just like, this is our guy. I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get to see some of the smaller regions step up the way they did in the upper bracket finals. 6th place is no shabby feat at all. And personally, when you look at their playstyles, Alex, man, one of the most electrifying players there is in Fortnite. When he turns it on, when he decides he wants to get in a limb, he's getting in a limb.
Top 25 in every single game on day number 1. Can they do it again and represent OCE?
Absolutely. Arena, make some noise. Let this last wave of players hear you. Let's meet them.
Double R, 3 and Rituals are in the house. NA is their home turf, but after upper bracket, Denmark certainly looks comfy for them as well. Can they keep up the pace?
Don't blink, we have Hen and Bosque from last chance major to the lower bracket and then to the grand finals. Now they are here where they belong. All they have to do is seal it up.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker and for Nyan. Young and talented are key words for these guys, and now they're here to give it their all.
Vanyak and Carmi, ladies and gentlemen, fighting their way back out of the lower bracket. They are now here to prove themselves worthy as a grand finals team.
Put your hands together for Duke and Edgy with an NA Major 2 title in the books and a massive clutch on the day too. It's time to add another one. Tonight is that chance.
Here we have straight out of Asia, Shalom and MK Papa. This team right here has popped off, making their region proud, but they need to continue to make their mark.
Welcome Kaizen and Clement. Making it to the Global Championship Grand Finals is an achievement in itself. However, there is still plenty up for grabs for this team.
Let's hear it for Scented and Polarized. All of the FNCS experience has been put to use. It's now or never for these guys, and here they are to show it.
This is Kanata and Agers, dominating the NA region and now ready to dominate Denmark. Eyes are on the prize for these guys.
Last but not least, Denmark makes some noise for Malabuka, Thomas HD. They are holding the fans high, and they're missing only one thing. That's an FNCS title. Copenhagen, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all are losing your minds. You guys are in the same place as we are. We want to see games. We are so close, but man, this feels so good. There's so much electricity in the air. We saw them start first. Reet and Ritual out of NA. We've seen them perform well. What can they do here?
We've been talking a lot about how everybody has been placing in some of these games. Well, what about the eliminations? On day number 1, both of them, a part of this duo, finished in the top 10 for individual eliminations, 10 and 11 respectively, for a combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of thing, especially when, you know, we want to see controller players represented. You know, Ree's a controller player. For the throwback on for that one every day. But look, I think when it comes to how they play in this server, they need to stick to what was working with them. Be aggressive as possible when you can.
That's right, guys. I'm getting word we are so close. So let's kick it on up to Jacob PR and MDF to keep this moving.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Let's keep this show on the road. I'm so excited here. It's game one in just a few moments. The expectations are through the roof.
That's right, and you already know it's going to be explosive. So as we start to gear up now, let us do it, because game one is ready.
And there's the cutoff. That means it's time for me to be started talking. So we end up having 6 vaults on the map. I actually did not realize. I've completely forgot about the one at Rumble Ruins. But let's see where the teams are dropping. As you remember from the top, the north side of the map is going to be mostly contested of multiple teams. Otherwise, it seems to be only one team going to each location, which I find that very interesting, considering the fact that only one of the vaults of this season is actually going to be contested. And that's going to be interesting because those vaults are really good for loot. But just as the casters were talking about, we need to see what happens between Thomas HD and Kanata and Duo. Started off, we got Kanata with a scope weapon. Malabuka seems to be down, and so is Thomas. And these Agers and Kanata take this one, which is actually huge considering the confidence coming from Thomas. So they get all this slurp to themselves. This drop is amazing for that because there's so many just natural heals there that you can get fully shielded up, and any shields that you do find through loot you can just keep for the later in the game. And ever since the augments have been added to Fortnite, this has been a game-changing mechanic of Fortnite, and they just now are starting to be able to, so we can actually see the augments that these players are choosing. As of right now, none have been chosen, but we're able to see how interesting choice for Steady picking up the tactical DMR. I personally don't think it's that crazy, but you know, when these pros are going to be going for the storm tags, the storm surge damage that they really need. And it looks like, oh, they were contested, so it looks like Cammy and Steady were fighting, it looks like Datus. And you, right there, you also see Thomas and Malabuka go down the feed, so that was this, once again, that racetrack. Pars ends up going down as well. Poyo is knocked. You see what the players are doing right here is they're just mostly just trying to farm up. You really got to see what happens is when the main thing between tournaments like this is just getting the resources to play your end game. It's not all about pushing keys. You don't want to be pushing the keys all the time, and just you know, W keying is not what you want to be doing in a situation like this, so high stakes, you know. Gotta play it smart. Rise and the Yamzo have always taken control of this drop throughout the entire season, and the prior season as well, though last season it was also a little bit better considering they had the wildcard relic vault that was there. Oh, I don't think it was a wildcard, but you know what I mean. There was a vault there prior season. Interesting use of the trees here, but the thing with the trees is you cannot build here. And you see Fazin has only the tactical DMR, and he is landing shots with it. Despite the glitch where there seems to be a glitch with it where there is just always going to be that time where you just do not have a crosshair on it for some reason. Sometimes that's a replay glitch, sometimes that's what they actually are experiencing. It's hard to tell. So what he's doing here, Poda is actually going to be taking the body, not just to be toxic or nothing, but it's actually a tactical play because they're trying to get the loot from this player away from his teammate so that they can actually use it for themselves. And as they're getting shot, they're going to keep just using this hill as natural cover, and if his teammate ends up breaking the hill line of sight again, then they'll drop the player. But they are keeping him alive to take him as far away as possible so that they can be safely collecting that loot. And it also makes it that much more difficult for his teammate to get the reboot card. I mean, if you just look at this, there is no way this teammate is going to get back to Striker just very easily. And you can see them using everything here for healing up the knocked player. They are just making this as difficult as possible. This is an interesting contention. So this is for one of the balls. You got Buka and Threats and Peterbot, and I think that was Bylaw. So these two duos are one of the top. If you talk to duos like across the entire board of Fortnite players in the competitive scene, you talk about Bugha or Peterbot, you know them by heart. But it looks like they're kind of just letting each other go for now. We've seen a lot of players that are picking up this the first assault augment, which is basically going to be doing extra damage with the first bullet of an assault rifle, and the twin mag is going to be crazy in terms of storm surge damage. If you remember from the beginning of chapter 4, players in the FNCS were constantly using the red eye assault rifle, and this thing is basically a buffed red eye. Got it. Scented and Polarized, one of my favorite duos, going against Moneymaker, and if we remember correctly, Moneymaker is, I think, 15 years old. But he is trying to 2v1 one of the best teams that are in NA. And that's it for Moneymaker. I think another interesting thing between these pros is going to be the choice of an infiltrator pump shotgun, because adding that to the loot pool, it's not really ever going to be preferred by the pros over the Sharp Tooth, but it is going to be an interesting decision if they end up taking that over a Maven. Muzz here is going to be grabbing the Storm Chaser augment. He's going to get increased stamina and even more increased stamina whilst in the storm, which is going to be interesting if they're going to play for late rotates, which could signify that they're going to try to play low ground. And his duo Paper is going to be running the first shotgun augment, as the name suggests. First shotgun bullet is going to do increased damage. And if they manage to find a breacher shotgun, which I'm not sure are in tournament playlists, but if they are, you can actually 200 headshot someone with that augment. Looks like Ryzen and Yamzo have moved a little from their position, and you really like to see when the pros are going to start gathering their hard mats and they're going to sit from these high elevation points, especially when you have pros that have a sniper or a twin mag, just like Misha does right here. And Snazy and Poda, they are just using these flowers over and over to keep this guy alive. I find this an interesting play because they're not getting the chance to get any other resources. That was an interesting stat. The players competing today have over 800 FNCS appearances and 67 FNCS titles. And sorry, I did have a disconnect there. It might happen a couple times, but it shouldn't be too often. We should be all good for the most part. And the second augment it starts to roll in. Mustache is going to be going with the Keymaster augment, which is going to give him 2 keys to use for looting. Acorn and Cold are really playing their resources around this Frenzy Farms gas station. And I know that a lot of people that I am aware of like to land here, especially when I'm like playing in ranked and stuff, so it's going to be interesting. I think it's also cool that Cold is deciding to use that first shotgun augment with the infiltrator pump, which basically could make it like a buff version of a Spaz. It's not going to be nearly as good, but it is able to come somewhat close. But they do have Cammy and Seti coming up behind them, so we'll see how they deal with that. Meanwhile, Vino and Queasy, they're going to have to move from the storm right now, but they are looking into the storm. Looks like they think they saw a player back there. Flixie and Gripe, they're going to be going right for this Mega City fight, because this is the control. If you can control Mega City, there is actually a vault here, and it looks like Vidil and Mr. Savage are going to go to Flix and Gripey, which is interesting, because a lot of people have very high hopes for Vidil and Mr. Savage. They all really want that. They're the ones that are, you know, they're the high players, you know. Vidil and Mr. Savage are from EU teams, and they are one of the most well-known of the EU teams, simply just because of their performance. I also find it interesting with some players like Pixie and Cheatin', they do not select their augments yet, which partly could be in turn to just trying not to, you know, make things too obvious as to where they're at. But this is also a really interesting play, waiting for their team, waiting for the duo near them to hit the launch pad, and then shooting for Storm Surge tags after they hit that launch pad, because there's nothing they can really do once they're in the air. And it takes a huge fall. Both players getting chopped down to minimal health. Cheaton did save a couple of items down there, but I'm not sure if any of them were heals. And it's Mixit and Blocka, the two that were literally just getting shot at from the launch pad, have now taken a position. Oh no, that's a team behind them. So they were just really caught off guard there. And you can see Blocka, he's using the scoped salvo augment, which is going to do extra damage with scope weapons at a slower fire rate. And that is a great choice with a twin mag. And if you actually use that along with first assault, you actually can get 50 something damage off with that first bullet, even as a body shot, which is overpowered in its own. Duke and Edgy, FNCS champions of last major, are actually going to be grabbing the cash in its gold stage. And that is going to be game-changing because they can get those slurps. There's only going to be one per each of them, but they are invaluable at this in late game. And you see another. Crescent actually is having the two augments that I was just talking about. He's running for first assault and the scope salvo. He also has rarity check, which is going to be interesting because in order for that augment to work, he needs to be carrying a gray or green weapon. And it looks like he's going to be keeping that green twin mag, which actually would make an interesting use for that augment. And once again, Worthy, he's using that scope salvo. All these augments that are able to give you the extra damage, that is really where they start paying off in the Storm Surge tags, which we have yet to actually see turn on because this first game, players have been a lot more aggressive in this tournament than they usually are. Alex and Worthy scored 30 plus points in every match on day one. For those of you who don't know who Alex and Worthy are, they are part of Power, the group that Lockie, Lachlan, Loser Fruit, that whole group in OCE that are actually based in Melbourne now. They have their own office there. They used to be based out of Sydney, and they are no longer. I find that interesting how Rizan has 4 of his augments while Janice only has 1. It looks like he might be trying to select more right now, and he just selects the Marksman augments, I believe doing extra damage to Marksman weapons. That or it's marking people who get tagged by a Marksman weapon, which is an interesting choice because he currently has no weapon that actually will fit under that augment. You also got to remember through these tournaments you actually only start out with 50 gold each match, so you only get your 1 free reroll and maybe another reroll if you get the gold. Bobby here is also using that scope salvo augment, and we have the island spawning in. Whatever team is able to take control of this island will gain an additional 15 points and a mythic infiltrator pump shotgun, slurp juice, and a ton of other loot. You also can capture the forecast towers for 3 points, all of which are very, very helpful out for the performance of the tournament. Vask and Hen looks like they're going to go right for it. He's using the first shotgun and first assault augment, and he has the new rocket ram. So the rocket ram is going to be very interesting in mobility, but with players like this who have incredible aim, using it at any point other than late game is almost a death sentence. So I'm going to be surprised to see what's going to be happening with this rocket ram. It's also going to be interesting how players would perform with shockwaves. Cooper and Miro are contesting this fight. Miro with the gold combat SMG, so we can assume that he actually went and fought for one of the smaller vaults like at Mega City or at the Rumble Ruins, because that NPC there does drop a gold combat SMG. That or he did just happen to find one. And it looks like Vask and Hen actually managed to capture that. So that is going to be 15 points for them. It's not going to show up quite yet, but they will be added to their total. And right now is when Storm Surge is really becoming an issue. Looks like Vision and Rue, they might be getting hit by it, and Raccoon and Zagu are just going to be as aggressive as they can. No, Vision and Marche are actually about 150 above the storm threshold. Storm Surge is basically where you have a total amount of damage that all players have done, and any players that fall below that amount of total will get taken 25 damage every 5 seconds. You have to do damage in order to get above that threshold. And I also had just seen Kanata go down in the feed. I believe it was just a knock though, so Agers can still get him back up. And there's Agers fighting a 1v1 against Teeny. Not sure what's going to happen here, as they also have another team that's right by them, but it looks like they're just going to be more concerned with rotating. But they need to get damaged. 23 above is not a lot, and just a little bit of damage received, or just players doing a lot of damage outside of them anyway, they are going to fall below very quick. But as placement does start rolling in, and this is where the Storm Surge turns on, they are still only 23 above, and they are stuck in the storm. Agers is sitting just outside of it. He and Kanata, having taken those fights, are probably above, and look at that, you see 375 above the storm's threshold. Agers over here has incredible augments: first shotgun, first assault, glider redeploy, and soaring sprints. Here's the fight against Kanata that Teeny, he just goes in immediately, just both he and Misha just immediately shoot Kanata for 100 each, and he goes down fairly quickly. But as I was saying, the Soaring Sprints augment is very broken combined with the Roaming Redeploy, because you basically have the Glider Redeploy augment, and you can jump from your high places with the Soaring Sprints. You get a lot of mobility with those two augments, and to the point where a pro might even consider not even carrying any mobility after that. And you see some pros like Vino here, he is actually opting to carry a sniper over a mobility item or an additional heal item. Teeny is by himself as a solo running into the storm, but it looks like he's going to go for a reboot. He's still 160 above, and the storm is still going to be a 1-tick, but after this zone closes, it will become a 2-tick. Most of the teams that are on the north side of the map still need to be getting into the zone. Otherwise, the east side is very congested, especially over around the island. But you also got to remember, there's a lot of movement over by that island. You can always hit a rift that's underneath it, or if there are no rifts left, you can go up onto the island and hit a launch pad. Either way, you do got to be careful, because with all these twin mag ARs in the game, it is very easy for another team to shoot you out of the air. And we haven't yet seen any of the mythics being in play from the vaults, so that is going to be an interesting thing if we end up seeing the mythics, because those are fairly broken items for the most part. And yes, they've received some damage buffs and nerfs, and we see Liushi go down to the twin mag by Vico, and that is his teammate behind him, but he is taking Storm Surge damage, it looks like. Fat shot by Vico. That is going to be a finish on the rest of that team. You got Steno in the back there. He is taking Storm Surge. You have threats down here as a solo. Booga is down. He's combining that first assault augment and the scope salvo augment. He's got plenty of heals down here for him to be content with. He's got to be careful, as he cannot get above 150 shield unless he uses the natural surroundings, like he finds a slurp flower. But he's only 64 above the damage threshold, and you can see him trying to look for any angles, and he's going to go to use a rocket ram. This is going to be interesting play. We'll see if he can make it without getting tagged. And it looks like all the other teams are, it was a good choice to actually go for that at that point, because all the teams from the north side of the map, they are all trying to rotate all at once. And we see Rise, he's actually going to go down. He's below Storm Surge, but he lands in Cold's box. He takes out Cold. Acorn, though, hits a nice fat shot in return. But now this fight seems to be over, as Rise and Niamzo managed to take on them by surprise with that rocket ram. So that was one of the best plays Rocket Rams is going to see today. Let's see if we can see if the pros can make it even better. That got them from 60 below to 118 above, and they are still looking for damage wherever they can, because once the late game happens, it's going to be much harder to find that. And we see Storm Surge turn back on. There are 55 players still alive, 31 teams as one goes down. Polarize is going to go out of this game. Threats is out. That means Booga is as well. Looks like N-Star also just takes from the zone. as well as Fizzin. These storms are really going to be brutal because, as you remember, a lot of those teams were landing on the north side of the map, so that north side of the circle is very congested. You can see the number of arrows on the bottom right there. Cammy and Seti. Cammy's going to be looking around for tags on the other side of that box, but Seti, his loadout is amazing. Basically thinks he's playing solid gold right now. We see Muzz go down as well. That means that duo is out because Muzz was a solo. And you can see why Cammy and Seti have been looking for tags. They are 18 above the Storm Surge, which is not going to be a lot. And that gold twin mag could save his life. Kappa and Shalom in a difficult spot. They do not have any heals and are only 100 above, which for now is going to be alright, but it's going to keep them on edge a little bit. See Edgy and Batman Booga go down. Queasy picks another elimination up. You see all these players getting contested all on that one side of the map. The east side, there is only one duo over there. Anybody who actually managed to take control of the storm towers are also going to be really benefited in this entire game, because not only are they able to see this future storm cycles and prepare accordingly, they also automatically gain 3 points from that. Rise is trying to make a rotate on foot. As you can see, he's not going to use that rocket ram, and that's because he's trying to make an early rotate. So if he uses that rocket ram now, he is going to be lobby focused by the other teams who are still looking for damage tags. Rise and the Yamzo are going to try to make use of their heals accordingly. And Storm Surge turns on. You can now see all the other teams who are trying to make a rotate. Lots of damage going off from all over the place. But that one team on the east side, they are going to be getting so many damage tags on all the teams rotating in. We see Cammy over here. He only has 54 AR bullets left, which with his augments, he really could use that AR in his inventory. Chico's going to be by himself. 5 builds. 3, 2, 1. He has no mats remaining, but he is also going to have no heals, and he does not have a teammate. So he needs a refresh. He needs to be able to get an elimination, maybe onto Clement as a solo, and be able to get the mats. Because there are still 4 zones left. He is not going to survive if he cannot find that. Duke and Edgy. Duke is rocking that FNCS skin from the Community Cup, which has yet to come in the item shop due to a bug. He's looking around, just trying to see what's around him exactly. Once again, all of these teams are just so connected to that one side of the map. And Flixie's going to start tarping out. He has all the mats he needs to do it. But they get chopped out. And that was very likely by a rocket ram of someone else trying to make a rotate. You could always rocket ram someone up on height, and as long as you don't get beamed on your way up, you can tag someone for 50 who's on high ground and maybe even take him out to fall damage if you go all the way. We see Flixie, he's going to get an early rotate ahead of zone. He's going to be just sticking with it so that he can get as far into that zone as possible. Makes rotating later on much easier. Cammy and Seti are on high ground. Queasy and Vino are trying to contest it, but Vino misses his shot. 404 above on Seti, and Seti is on high ground with Cammy. Cammy finds one onto Queasy, the one that they were just trying to contest with, and he's going to rocket ram right back up to that position. Duke and Edgy. Duke is by himself with that green twin mag AR. It's going to be interesting to see what is going to be going on here. This is the end game, guys. We have Cooper and Miro in the box right next to him. He's waiting for them to make an edit, but it looks like they're going to be playing patient. He's going to phase in through a cone and then try to use a rocket ram to get into the front of the zone. He's going to smack right onto Cammy. He's going to do 50 damage just right there. And he actually gets the knock on Cammy, probably to fall damage. And that's exactly what I was talking about. You can always just come and rocket ram on someone on height, and they will go flying. He gets another shot on the Pixie, but he has no builds. He needs to finish this fight. He gets the finish on Cammy, but he doesn't know where the body is. Full on box fights. He gets the refresh he needs. But it's going to be over after that as he's going to get lobby focused. Flixie's just trying to tarp. No mats left as well. All of these teams are either really good setup, and the other ones, they just really need that refresh. He's going to go down. It's mapped on high ground. Seti is still in this game, sneaking up behind. Picks up the gold twin mag. He's playing the med miss right now and chopping out high ground. That is his for the taking, as he still has 20 builds left. Reek's going to be going up. He's down to zone. Doesn't quite get the finish on mapped, but that makes it even easier for Cammy and Seti, because as a solo, Seti's going to have a harder time if that team was there, and Reek just made it so much easier for them. Miro also stuck on one build. It's going to be very hard to just box fight this team. They need to kill this team. Poyo and Sphinx, they are going to be barely alive after those shots, and Cooper's just going to go right in. The fragger he is, but that might have been a mistake as he goes down. Seti goes down, and it is a duo and a solo. It is Miro versus Sphinx, but no, Poyo is also down. So it is now a 1v1 situation between Miro and Sphinx. Miro has 6 builds. With now 2 builds left, he is just going to sit on height. He's going to be trying to farm that tree up for as many mats as possible. It's not quite going to be enough, as while he was farming, Sphinx goes up for the high ground. It is a full-on 1v1 at this point. Miro has 5 builds left, 4. He's chopped out. There's nowhere for him to go. He's done to fall damage.
That is Poyo and Sphinx. That is their second victory royale on the weekend.
What an excellent job there. We already saw them take a win in the upper bracket that even bring them this far into the stage, and now they are proving that they can do it on the biggest stage against the best.
That's going to be it from us, though, because I want to hear what they have to say about being the only team with 2 wins on the weekend.
Boys, you proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you proved you can get a victory royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
I would say so, a little bit less. I think my comms are more clear.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now. So, like, obviously I know there's a ban above me. You know, I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking, though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think there's 25 builds about, and I'm, you know, I'm best fighter, best piecer. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
And you waited, and then he fell down, and he did the job for you. Poyo, what was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his mats and he did the rest.
Now, going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Poyo!
Poyo and Sphinx looking to set the tone on the day. If there's anything I learned from game number 1, these next couple games are going to be chaos.
I mean, that game was pretty much everything that we wanted, right? We saw the matchups happen towards that end game that we really wanted to see, but it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It requires you to go ahead and clutch up when it requires, and honestly, Sphinx right here, this shot on the Cooper, this was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment onwards, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's gonna go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro down, and Sphinx was just had a bit more left in the tank. Even though, actually, you can see he had none. He just was playing around with the stairs, and it wins him the game as well. Of course, again, a team that has already shown they can win on this stage, and they do it once again.
just being able to stay calm, cool, and collect in that situation. Many duos would look at their material count, what they have in the tank, and just go, this is it. Let's start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore. But Sphinx just said, no. I've been in Grands before. I've been in these types of situations. Take a step back. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a second place for them. I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all. But look, Pollo and Sphinx up above 89. I know their parents are out here to support them as well. When I actually flew into Copenhagen for this event, I was in the airport with Pollo's dad, and he was like, good luck to everyone, but my son's going to win. I want my son to win, a supportive parent, as you always love to see. And right now, I'm sure he will be beaming from ear to ear to see his son sitting in first place.
Absolutely incredible game number 1. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in 3rd place. The All-Spawn wasn't what we expected.
I mean, it wasn't, right? But they did so well, right? We tuned into them. We see them with 2 limbs, and I think everybody sort of knew what that meant. We weren't expecting Daedus and Stain to contest them. They had said they were going to land somewhere else on it, right? But clearly a misdirect to try and fake them out. But Cammy and Seti were prepared. And in that endgame, Seti survived as a solo for so long.
Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo. Actually, usually most of their points, a high percentage of them actually come from when they are a duo alive, right? Usually their points fall off whenever there's a solo clutch opportunity, but Seti's showing up.
Yeah, you don't associate either of them, as great of players they are, you don't associate either of them with mega solo clutches, right? You look at some of the other elite EU names, a lot of them, you think of them and you think solo clutches. Thomas Malabuka, right? You know, Venno, even Queasy, you know, these guys you expect to solo clutch. Cammy and Seti showing us right now, yeah, if one of them's a solo in these games, they will step up.
And I think for them, like obviously Seti's a little disappointed there. He wanted to take it farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage, and ending 3rd place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Venno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players in the lobby kind of act. We saw there in the mid game, Seti, Cammy on the high ground, Queasy, Venno on the front side of zone. So all these duos are just looking for those windows, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in this end game, with all these duos here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that brother was going ballistic, right? He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clashes. Oh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we wanted to see on the high ground. Honestly, though, Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that. But Zeke, I was really impressed with Cooper and Miro. I feel like some of those IGL late-game calls were really good.
Yeah, super crispy stuff. And I mean, when you think about their performance just this weekend alone, I mean, this is starting to look real good, right? I still think there is quite a bit of first game jitters, right? Even coming from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different. Right now, you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players that can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all about, you know, soaking it all in. You really got to use the crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that. But then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to hear the crowd more than anybody else throughout that game would have been Thomas HD and Malabuka, right? You know, they went down Osborne. That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canard and Aegis. They went down not the way you want to start the competition, right? You want to get into the swing of things, especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things. Again, when you go back into that Osborne fight the next time round, how do you now come into it mentally? You don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies where we've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the, let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one, Monster, that was so exciting to really start off the day.
It was perfect. EU versus NA, and the big names really showing up. We saw the rivalry for high ground. So already the early story starting to begin. But most importantly, 14 elims off the early game. Let's see it here for game number 2.
And they actually made a good point there where you remember earlier in the game that one duo was carrying the body, and that was actually, now that makes sense. They are doing that to get Storm Surge damage. They kept healing the body so that they can do more damage to the body so that they are able to get Storm Surge damage, because you can still get damage from doing damage to Nox. This Battle Bus route is going to be the exact opposite way, but in this game it won't really matter too much, as these duos are all going to be landing pretty much the same spot unless they decide to change up their game, which they play consistently. They don't usually do that. It's going to be very rare to see that. You see Malabuka and Thomas going in against Aegis and Kanata, and they lost that fight last time, Malabuka and Thomas. Already they're getting shot out of the air, but it's a different team. Looks like Ryze and Niamzo are taking tags. Kanata is going to get shot at by that green AR, and that's it. Malabuka and Thomas win this one. Aegis and Kanata, they're going to have a tough game if they're going to be contesting this, and if they really feel like going for anything, we might, of any team that is going to switch up their drop spot, I feel like they might be the ones to do it. Cammy and Seti are no longer taking control of that barn this time. Instead, they're landing off. Must have not gotten the best drop compared to this other team, and that other team's going to have a ton of loot. There's so many chests and heist bags that are going to be in there. You got Quanti and TK fighting for the vault at Slappy. My bad. I always remember Peterbot playing with Quanti, but nope, Peterbot is actually going to be over by Sanguine Sweets. But it is a good strategy to get this vault. You can see that there is a key card on the map that is just sitting there. So they should eventually go for it. But I think first they want to make sure that they're not going to be contested by anybody, because once they're in that vault, it is going to be very difficult for them to do much more. Baka and Pars. This is one of my favorite drops to go to in ranked. But you got Teeny and Misha. They're both just sitting by the door waiting for someone to go in. They are both just waiting patiently to try to ambush one of them. You can see Pars and Baka are somewhat separated, so if one of them does go through that door, that might be it for them. It's going to be very hard for them to get out of that situation. And you can even see on the webcam, he's not even really touching his keyboard. He's just sitting there waiting. And they are collecting heals. There's shield fish being thrown right in between, right outside the door, actually. We can see how Pars might try to react to this. It doesn't really seem like either of them are going to go through that entrance. And you can kind of see on the webcam that Misha's kind of just waiting, wondering what are these guys doing? How long until they go through that door? And Pars and Baka actually seem to be more interested at the team that looks to be across from them. Baka is actually checking the doors. He must know there is a team here somewhere. You'd hear them gliding in, but he's going through the walls instead, checking every nook and cranny to make sure that he doesn't get caught off guard. Here he comes, and that's right where it is. He would have had no clue. An effort to try to make sure that that would not happen, but nonetheless, Baka goes down, and Pars is going to be trying to get away as Teeny and Misha take their opportunity. Problem with sitting there, though, is they don't have many resources. Misha's out of ammo, almost out of mats. It's up to Teeny to keep pressuring, but Pars probably is going to get away. It's going to end up being a 1v1 against Pars, but he's going to be separated from Misha, so Teeny needs to be careful. Even though it's a 2v1, his teammate needs to catch up with the limited resources that he has. Ooh, nice shot off. Pars is going to have to heal back that up. But it looks like they're going to get third party from the other team. Trying to make do with that, and Pars is going to get hit again, and that is it. So they managed to push their objective. They got the loot that they received. That was an interesting play. Pink and Wave, they're going to be trying to take control of that hill over by Mega City, which is actually an interesting spot because you always got the zip lines that can go down to the slipstream below them, or there is a small slipstream at the top of that hill where they can rotate further east. Right now, he looks like he's just trying to farm up, trying to see what he can get off his materials. Polarized and Acorn, not the same team, so you gotta wonder where the team it is. Cold is still alive right next to him. Polarized, it looks like he's a solo. Nice shots coming off from both players. Cold on 17 HP. Polarized is not going to have any shield left, but it looks like there's also going to be a third party coming in. Going to make this really hard for Polarized. But if anyone can do it, he can. I've seen him play. Acorn's using that scoped salvo augment. Does not quite yet have a scoped weapon, but he's probably going to try to find one as soon as he can get rid of that Havoc assault rifle. Choosing not to use the zipline is it's probably going to make it much too easy for him to get a shot off. But he jumps up with the mushroom. Going to get tagged from third party, and it looks like Polarize is going to get killed by Cooper from a third party. Cooper was all the way over by the temples, I believe, and once again we got Striker just being stolen by Poda and Snaze. But they are able to do it quite enough this time. They get the receives they needed, but weren't able to get as much damage off that body as they wanted to, I think. Despite how much damage they're going to get off of that, it still just makes it that much harder for his teammate to come get him. Being that team that is good enough to actually get into a fight and still take away the teammate, being able to take the body. You got comms from Thomas and Malabuka.
Yeah, I got these guns. 6 white, 9 white, the other one. 6 white. Yeah. Good job, mate. Good job, good job.
They're really happy that they got that drop. Dinks and Puyo. Looks like they might be coming up to the Storm Tower. There is a team that is going for it, and remember, those are worth 3 points through capturing those. They might be trying to get to it before the other team. Or simply just farming below that area, just getting a good spot. They do have multiple slurp flyers around them, so they don't have to worry too much about heals right now. Even though they are pretty stacked on those as well, as Puyo has 3 big pots and 8 slap splashes. And you can hear the Storm Tower being taken. That was Malabuka that was taking that, and his duo who's sitting a little further off. Cammy and Seti, third place team. Looking from behind. That is a nice track coming off with that Twin Mag AR from Cammy. Noxy got that first shotgun augment. Crips doesn't have much white HP. As all the teams are kind of just trying to find their resources, find their positioning on the map for the rest of the game. Because that's what really sets the pros apart from the mechanically good players, is they got the game sense to know where to go to position themselves. And there you see in a mythic that actually is being played into play. That one was probably from Relentless Retreat. You got the boom bow, which would probably be deadly in later game. Here we have Yamzo, who's trying to sit on height looking for tags. Rise is probably still alive on the below, and yep, there's Rise is still there. As you can see on the bottom left there. Yamzo is stacked on shields. Doesn't really have a crazy shotgun, but that's probably why he is up there looking for tags, because he has the Twin Mag AR, and that's what matters. Zone's going to be pulling a little bit more north than the last one, but it's still on the west side, so those teams are definitely going to have to make their way over, and it's going to be very congested on that right side of the map. Yamzo just finding as many tags as he can. They all stack up. Booga and Threats are going to be coming down that slope from him. Maybe Yamzo will take a couple shots at them as well. Cooper and Miro. Miro was Booga's old duo a few seasons ago, and now he's playing with Threats. Booga's playing with Threats. So Airdrop and Mapped are the only team in the top 5 that have gone down so far. Cooper and Poyo and their duos, Cooper and Miro, Poyo and Sphinx, the point difference between the two teams is starting to catch up as Cooper and Miro have found a couple of limbs. Steno and Lishi, they're in a really awkward position. Almost no builds, almost no heals. The only heals they have are that flower right by them. They are fully kitted out with their augment, and Steno does have the fast fishing augment, so all he has to do is swim through fishing holes to use them. So he might be able to find some that way. Buka and Threats are sitting right in between two kids, and this is going to be interesting. We got a storm fight going on here with Mr. Savage, and he's going to be fighting a 1v1 against Chico. Remember, Mr. Savage and Vidil went down fairly early last game, so they're trying to make a comeback, and that is a nice shot coming from Mr. Savage. And it looked like he wasn't actually fighting the 2v1 because Vidil is actually back up, so it seemed to be a 2v1. Mr. Savage got the elimination through that. They both did. But you have to remember where the storm went and notice that they are at Slappy. They need to get over to that zone. The longer they are in, they could end up taking Storm Surge. Yes, they got the damage from that fight. The other worry you got to keep in mind is the Storm Sickness mechanic, which kicks in after, I think, 700 damage to Storm, and you get a warning for it at 600. Stash and Tayson, they're going to be sitting up on that top of that house, but the island is going to come in. Remember, 15 points for the island. Booga is going to get chopped down for very small HP, but he's going to be just sitting on that box, so that's just damage coming across from another team. He's not necessarily going to go down quite yet. Stain and Datus might end up going for the island. It looks like you can see they're trying to start building up. Interesting play to use the bush bomb on top there so they can get some cover and still receive some do some damage pretty much anywhere they feel. Stain also has the glider redeploy as well as Soaring Sprint, so he can just jump off and go right for the island if he really felt. But there are too many teams in the surrounding area for him to quite do that. There are 4 teams around this island. It looks like one of them might be going for it right now as they are sitting on top of the flag. That's Rapid and Batman Booga. Of all the pros in this lobby, Batman Booga is actually closest to me, personally. He lives around 2 hours away from me. But these players are currently playing in Copenhagen, Denmark, which is definitely not near me. And you can see going down early has really affected that one team in the top 5. They were in 3rd, I believe, at the start, maybe 4th, but now they're dropping down to 5th, and this game is far from over as 80 players are still alive. Storm Surge is really going to start hitting hard on most of these teams. We see Pink and Wave, they're 150 above. Right now it's Duke and Edgy going to be sitting by their box right now. Duke has 46 solo impact points in match 1. That is a lot. 46 points as a solo is huge. You have Thomas HG and Malabuka. thing with this is these are the top teams from every single region. Many of them are known to be very good at this game, so trying to pick who is going to win is going to be really a toss of cards at this point. It'll be a little easier to see that after the first few games, but this is only game 2. So much more can happen. You could have a team who has 0 points now go crazy in the next 4 matches and still be able to take it. Growl's going to get shot from behind there. They're 230 above, so they're not too worried about Storm Surge. It's going to be a little careful. I'm going to try to make this not as grainy for you guys, so give me 1 second. I'm going to refresh the page here that I'm working this off of. There we go. Alright, we have threats in Bugha. Bugha is down right now, and it looks like that was coming in just through a bunch of Storm Surge shots, but it is going to be enough that the teams are going to keep shooting, which means he might have trouble getting that res off. Acorn and Cold, they're going to go right in as he's trying to res. There is nothing he can do from that position as Threats does not get to them in time. Acorn and Cold completely steal those kills. And they really needed that. Cold and Acorn didn't really have a good first game. And they are also now immediately contesting Rise in the Yamzo. $700 above the damage threshold. That is what you know of Acorn and Cold throughout many FNCS. That's what they're going to start doing. Boda and Snazy trying to get out of the storm. He's going to have to use the rocket ram to get out of this sticky spot. Nice use of using it up the hill so he's able to cancel it in time, but it might not have been enough as the storm is ticking for 2, which means he has 5 seconds to get in and cannot take a bullet. And that is the bullet he takes, which means he is down. We let Snazy to play as a solo. 2 big pots. He has no white HP, but he does pull zone. So for now, he can be lucky. He kept the gray twin mag because he does have the rarity check. And there is already Siphon in this game. So that might mean a 100 health Siphon with that augment, which is probably pretty substantial considering he is on 12 HP. Ashari also not carrying any heals. N-Star's just sitting in that building over there. Vision gets a couple shots off. Vask is by himself as a solo. We saw Hen go down, I think, to Malabuka. That or is Thomas HC. Is one of those EU pros that could be anyone's game. Either one of them could win it, and he is 140 below the Storm Surge. It is going to turn on now. He's going to have to play these minis or find a tag, but as a solo, this is going to be a really hard situation for him to get out of. You can see that purple lightning. The other players cannot see that, but except for their own. But we can see every player who's getting hit with it. And that is also a sign to all the other players. If they can hear his shield being cracked every 5 seconds, they might be able to try to push him and take that initiative. He had 2 big pots and 4 minis starting into this threshold. He now has none and is still 140 below. He needs to look for tags or he is done. Mr. Savage is sitting there also on a very small amount of HP. He's above the Storm Surge for now. And he also is glitched. He's not actually healing right now. As you can see, his health is not going up at all. He's going to try to make a gliding play. He does have the glider redeploy, and that's what the crash pad was for. But now he is out of those, and he has fallen to 9 above the threshold. With just 3 minis, he can take only 2 extra shots of the Storm Surge. And he's shooting at something, only to get shot by Reet, one of the best controller players in the world. Flixie's going to be using that Gold Combat SMG as his substantial damage weapon. He does not have a shotgun, which is going to be all on the hands of Gripey. And that's a strategy that pros of the old have started using. Well, they've been using it, where the Fragger will carry the shotgun and the AR and be finding all the damage. And the other one will just be carrying that SMG, because that is a really high damage weapon. if you're doing it along with your duo. Trying to use it as a solo is going to be an interesting play. But Sphinx is going to go down. Poyo is getting chopped, and that is the end of the first place team as of... Oh, they were now second place. Cooper and Miro actually managed to get enough to get ahead. But going down here, they could lose that top 5 spot if Cammy, Gripey, and Vico and all their duos are able to get ahead. Sammy, Seti, and Cammy. Collectively Sammy, I guess. All they have to work with are minis right now, and with the amount of health they have is not going to be a huge amount. They have a team right in front of them as well. Looks like they're going to be just barely above the storm threshold, which means they need to make a play. They need to get some damage off, and if they end up taking the damage, there is not much they can do because they only have minis to heal it off with, and they need those. You do not want to have to try to out-heal Storm Surge, especially in a lobby like this. It is more or less possible in a Cash Cup, but this is far from a Cash Cup. Striker's just sitting on height. He has a gold Havoc suppressed AR, which is interesting because usually many players will prefer a twin mag over the Havoc suppressed. He also only has 1 magazine of it and has no weapon to use his scope salvo with. Thomas HD, interesting play here of using no augments. Yet they are 730 above, so maybe he's doing something right. As Storm Surge is going to be affecting those who are trying to rotate in. We see Reet, who is on the backside of zone. Peterbot, who's trying to take a couple splashes before moving on foot. He's also using that splash to get that infinite sprint energy, which, as much as it is useful to heal, he is a 158 tag on someone who tries to rocket ram through. But it's not going to be enough to get the finish. Oh, it is going to get the finish, as the player must have taken storm damage after rocketing forward. He can get this finish for that, but it's going to be really difficult for him to come back from that because he cannot get the finish for that kill, which means he is not able to get the resources. And you see Reet goes down to Cammy, who they've found a much better spot for themselves. They are now 250 above the Storm Surge threshold, and while they still don't really have any heals, they are a little better off than when they were. Malabuka is playing as a solo, trying to pop a big pot in the storm. The storm pulls back. That is incredibly lucky for him. The only way he could have known that is if he had the storm tower. But if you remember from the last few zones, he actually did get that storm tower. So that is another amazing reason why those storm towers are so somewhat overpowered in a way. Got Axe Force, who's going to go try to take high ground. Peterbot trying to make his way in. He looks like he's going to go box fight Cammy and Seti because he needs to get the damage off, but it's not going to be quite enough. Oh, it is! Cammy goes down. He separated them. Seti is just going to be by himself. We got Malabuka, who's pressuring high ground. But he needs to get into that zone. He's taking so much damage. He is working a slurp juice right now, and that's why the slurps are so good in late game stages. And currently the only teams in the top 5 that are still alive is going to be Cooper and Wave. Cammy and Seti just went down. Peterbot can only take 3 seconds of the zone, but Eggcorn's going to go down. He's going to try to make a play on Cold, but it's not going to be worth it as he cannot take much more damage. He is only on 1 HP. He can only survive in the storm for a single, not even a second. Malabuka's still trying to play that slurp, but a 10-tick zone is going to take that health away rather slowly, but it's not going to be quite enough. He's going to take a shot onto Cold, misses the shot, just going to try to get forward. He has the mats to play for this. Not many, but probably more than most of the people in this lobby. Peterbot ends up dying to the zone. Cooper and Miro are trying to pressure Malabuka. These are the NA teams destroying the EU. We have Cheatin and his duo sitting on high ground. Miro and Cooper low ground fighting this other team in front of them who don't have much health. And you can see Cooper and Miro, they're still stacked on their shields. Nice angle being played from Cooper trying to get around the box, but he gets shot from above, and that is going to be Cooper going down. So does the knock go down, but now it is just a 1v1 between Miro, the other team, and then there's the duo on high ground who's also just making things even more complicated. Cheating and going down, they're going to chop out, take out Charzy. So Miro is now fighting a 1v1. He has the HP advantage. No team can take much damage. No, just a couple more seconds.
Shot is in. There it goes. Pixie and Cheating take the game.
If Miro had probably swam under that box, he probably would have had a chance to get the heals because he had more HP than the other team. But he couldn't have known that.
An excellent performance indeed. Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
We're seeing duos come back to prove that their victory royales were not a fluke in the past couple of days, and they're doing it again against the toughest competition. How does it feel to get yet another win?
It's feeling really great, bro. We are full stacked again like yesterday, and we just played it out again.
Do you think that these duos are letting you have it too easy?
Yeah, of course.
It's interesting because you guys were not a duo at the start of the year. You were with different partners. You had to find each other. Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this LAN so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
Nah, we have enough brains.
You've got enough brains, but really you're all about the firepower. Listen, I want to give you the opportunity to talk to your fans right now. I know that you've got quite a few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for everyone supporting me.
And would you like to say that in Polish?
I don't know.
No? Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Thanks for my family who is watching right now and everyone who supports us.
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the desk.
Big congratulations there. Cheating and Pixie finding themselves yet another victory royale. This is now the second time today we've had a duo that already had a victory royale picks up another. But man, this all coming down to solos. That could have gone any which way for a moment there. For a moment, I was like, if this is Mrs. Miro, Cheating's like, oh, my bad. Whoa, Zeke, don't get ahead of yourself there.
The games have been absolutely insane. I mean, obviously coming down to the 1-1, but throughout the end game, it felt like there were so many solos alive clutching up the points.
Yeah, these end games are manic so far. It's like it goes every which way, and then eventually one name or two names just start popping out of the place, and you start going, wait, can they win the game again? In this one, my eyes were sealed to Miro and Cooper. I really thought, okay, last game they couldn't quite do it. They're gonna get their redemption now. 1v1 for Miro again. He couldn't quite do it, but you know, I'm sure there'll be more chances for him to redeem himself. Pixie and Cheating, a team that, if you aren't familiar, right, these are very hardworking players. Like Frankie said, they didn't start the year playing with each other, but once they did get together, things have just been clicking for them.
You love to see it. And of course, if you're just tuning in, you've never seen Fortnite, or maybe you just don't know, Victory Royale, of course, even coming down to second place, if you don't get the Victory Royale, it's not that bad, right? A Victory Royale is worth 65 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations, Pixie and Cheating. There's so much that happened in just that game. It's like every time we tune in with another duo, they're either in shambles situations or they're pushing a team, they're busting out these crazy strategies, and has not disappointed so far. Now, Viv, as we bring up these standings, take a look. Cooper and Miro, they're overtaking. They started with a little bit of a lead, and now they have just said, you know what? We're jumping out in front.
I mean, back-to-back second places at the Global Championships, both of them by Miro, solo clutching to that point in time. And Levin, whilst we were watching that game, right, we were getting close to the end of it. You asked me a question. What was that question?
I said, are Cooper and Miro about to win globals? It's looking like it. They're sitting up on the leaderboard looking comfy, 2 back-to-back second places. I mean, if they keep playing like this, we're going to get to game 4 and it might be a done deal.
The consistency. That's you're gonna hear us say that a lot today over the next 4 games. But man, if Miro and Cooper could keep this up, they very well could walk away champions. I did want to take a look more at the standings though. Let's highlight a few more duos up on this board.
I'm looking at Vico and Pink there in third place.
Yeah.
I mean, with how their weekend's gone so far, I think a lot of people in here were obviously supporting Acorn and Cold after how well Acorn and Cold did in the upper bracket finals. I don't think many people would have expected Vico and Pink to be above them, let alone sitting in the top 3.
I mean, they have found some comfort on the stage. Cammy and Seti maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable with a big switch up coming in today. Both games so far, they have been contested, but game number 2 was a little bit different here. They actually decided to go ahead and split their drop spot, but it didn't really end up mattering as they still made it into the end game. And honestly, it was the refresh during 9th zone that kept them alive for so long.
And the thing I was saying during that end game was it felt like vintage Cammy and Seti. None of this high ground nonsense we were seeing from them too much. I say high ground nonsense. They've been very good at it, don't get me wrong. But you know, it felt good to see them in an element where they were a bit more comfortable. And of course, again, another instance of Seti getting the job done.
Oh, of course, you know, they had to come into the higher ground meta, right? They had to kind of learn it. So they still have all of those other play styles in their back pocket. Just makes them so good.
And what terrifies me the most, even after this kind of shambles game, they're in top 5. That's not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance. But that's enough for right now. We have Kelly standing by on the stage right now with Flowis.
That is right, Zeke. Fortnite veteran and Danish native Flowis joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
I mean, normally I sit here with the players, but the fans has been absolutely incredible, especially the French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far, from the fans to the players. What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, it was first day here, so I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game 1 ending with Miro almost clutching up as a solo, but yeah.
Well, then he almost did it again in game number 2. So with that being said, I gotta ask you, who is your favorite to win?
I think right now, I think Miro is gonna win, but I obviously hope for my Danish boys, Thomas HD and Steno and Lucio.
Flowis, this just means so much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one OC duo, Alex and Worthy.
Thank you so much, Flowis, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the games with you, but we're gonna be heading back to the desk for now.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Fortnite fans, if y'all are up in here, please go say what's up to Flowis. He's absolutely amazing, super wholesome, but, as much as I want to talk more about what happened in game number 2, getting word game number 3 is ready. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, so don't miss out. DJ producer, 2 friends will be here for the halftime show right after this next game. So let's get on into this next one. Casters.
You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. We're already into game 3 in just a few short moments, and it's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro does it again, the strike back, the potential, the explosion that we've seen come out of him so far has been incredible. Let's do it one more time. Game 3. Game 3.
And game 3 shall begin. It was interesting. You also could see when they were interviewing some of the players, there are players who have drop maps by their monitors. They have it literally printed out sheets of paper on a specific area on the map that is able to help them find the best drop for their landing spot from coming from any direction on the battle bus. If you are going to spend that much time getting your drop perfected, you definitely deserve to have a spot. And it looks like Malibuka and Thomas HD, they are just in front of Kanata and Natures. Once again, they're getting tagged from a third party in the distance. Kanata's going to find the twin mag onto Thomas. Thomas goes down. Malibuka's trying to chase Agers. He actually has a shotgun, but no, the AR is going to take it, and Kanata is going to get that kill. You also got to wonder that third party. You do not want to start seeing Kanata start getting beamed right after they win their off spawn. So that so far is 2 for them and 1 for Malibu or Thomas HD. Pars is on the low ground there against Janus and Reason. And it doesn't look like Pars has his teammate with him. Reason's going to take a little fall damage. It's not going to be terrible. He's just going to go for some of those minis. Pars is going to decide maybe to rocket ram right down to them. That's going to deal some damage, but that might have been a bad play. They manages to get one, but can't quite get the other. Means Pars and Baka are going to be out of this game. Chico Chul versus TK. They're going to start taking out the NPCs. They're going to go want these vaults. Chul has almost no ammo for pretty much any of his weapons. He has the light ammo, but he has no shotgun ammo except for what is in that current shotgun. TK is just going to back off, probably head back for where those keys are. Right now we have Paper and Muzz. Trying to chase down a Solo, but the Solo's being evasive. Sitting in the bush. I don't think they... Yeah, they realize now, alright. It's going to be one player on very low HP and another player on incredibly low HP. But right now, Muzz is the one who still has the help. But they're going to get a third party. The third party actually gets the kill. And with the other duo being as shambles as they were from taking those hits, the third party might be able to take all 3. Once again, you're seeing Teeny over here with very little ammo, and then another team comes from behind, takes out Teeny. That's Bryce and Chubbs. Misha's going to have to get out. Paper and Muzz survived the third-party attack. This is getting all over the place, but Bryce and Muzz are just going at it. Muzz is trying to get off, but he can't really get that spot where he is at is not really great to try to defend himself from Bryce when he's using that Twin Mag AR. The pressure might be getting to some of these teams, and they can't quite figure out where they're wanting to go here. Bryce and Chubbs, the fourth party that manages to take pretty much all the action there, and there is a team that is going to be a little behind them that. You gotta be careful because Chubbs actually split off from Bryce during that, and he's gonna end up running into the Solo. And now we have Cooper and Miro. They're gonna be playing for this vault at Rumble Ruins. He does have the glider redeploy augment as his first one that he's chosen. So far, all the top 5 are still alive. Rapid's kind of just looking around for any players he might see. Batman Booga's farming up the metal in this building. Mega City does have quite a lot of metal, so it is good. It is a good drop as far as farming for metal. The other mats are going to be harder to come by. There's the occasional bits of wood. There's almost no brick to find in Mega City. You have to go around the outskirts of it. And Kanata and Agers, they won their off-spawn fight, so now they need to be able to basically find the rest of their stuff. Kanata is the only player in the world to play in all 20 FNCS Grand Finals. Every single one. That is actually an amazing stat. It just shows the consistency of him being here. He might not be the best, but he is one of the most consistent. He definitely has what it takes to compete against a team like Thomas and Malabuka. Stain is going to get shot out by Kylie and Fasterkey. Fasterkey's going to go down, and Stain and Datus being hit with the gritty right now. After a play like that, Datus and Stain, I believe, are one of the few teams competing from Asia. Reet and Ritual. It's going to be interesting fight. Remember, Reet's the controller player. all the PlayStation kids and Xbox kids out there, Reet's the favorite, you know, even using the controller on a PC. Reet is the name you know when you're a controller player. Duke and Edgy, FNCS champions of last season, trying to make their own play. Reet and Richel, they're looking for those tags, but it looks like they're gonna back off for now. They don't really want to get involved in a fight this early. Mustache and Tayson are kind of just looking up to these duos. There are two teams. There's Bugha's team, there's Kaizen, and then there's Tayson and Mustache. Both of them, they're kind of just sneaking up. They're going to be the third party here. And huge shots. They just 3-2-1 Kaizen. Kaizen's so focused on Bugha, they do not see Tayson and Mustache. Bugha just tried to snipe Tayson. They're going to probably be good with that one kill, and then they're going to try to regroup. That was an amazing kill, though. That meant then Clement is just going to run off. He honestly gets lucky that that third party was there, because yes, he loses his teammate, but it also means that they're going to fight Bugha and kind of just leave him alone for now. Cammy's going to get a kill on Papa. And after that kill, Mustache and Tayson, they kind of just, they're going to back off. They needed that kill. They got the damage for it, and that's all they needed at that point. They weren't able to get the refresh for it. But that's not really what matters in the end. Right now, Cammy working with 5 shotgun shells. And he does have the key card. He's going to try to go for the Storm Tower. There is a team right in front of him that could hold him off for that. And a team in front of him that's also going to be trying to make that. So this is going to be an interesting way to rotate over. We see Cammy. This is his kill against Papa. He's just trying to move in. He just starts spraying with that twin mag. So many people getting shots off because he was basically just getting full lobby focused at that point. Kwizi and Vino, they're going to be moving away on the south side of Frenzy. Wow. And while trying to actually get over there, there are no teams in their area, so they can kind of just get the resources they need. There's tons of rock and wood in this area. Vaniac and Karmi are also pretty much by themselves. There are builds in the area. Oh, they are not actually. There is someone sitting behind this wall here. But this is a solo. This is iDrop, and once again, there are not really any players coming around. You do see a third party that's trying to come in from the east, so they got to finish this fight up quickly. But if they can do it, iDrop might be in a tough spot here as a solo. Especially as one of those teams is using a Maven right now. And this is where those box fight practices, they all come in, you know. Having a duo that is able to pressure 2 different sides simultaneously is also going to be amazing in his efforts. And they get control of that wall. iDrop's just going to try to get even further back. This is going to be interesting to change. This is literally just your box fight creative maps. It's almost no different. A huge shot. That might be the selling. We already know as a 2v1, this is not going to be in iDrop's favor. And there it goes. Karmi goes in with the shotgun. And not that they're done with that, Pink and Vico might end up trying to go in. Vidil is going to go down. It's Mustache and Tayson. And they're still over by Slappy Shores. Zone is once again going to be pulling a little more to the west. But we're still going to be on the north side. Here's a replay on that kill. Mustache just jumps right into Vidil's face. There's nothing he can really do there. And Vico and Pink did not decide to engage on the third party. They instead just want to go right back and really just want to try to get involved into getting into the zone, setting themselves up, and looking for Storm Surge tags. Vico does get cracked by a team sitting up by the temple. Looks like they're going for the cash here, and that's why he's gonna full out box in metal, because that cash gives him so much metal as a refresh. It'll also give them 2 slurp juices, and each of them will get purple shotguns and an additional purple weapon. And Pink also used the sniper surplus augment without carrying a sniper, so maybe he might end up wanting to go look for one. That augment will give you an additional shot in your sniper rifle, so you can carry 2 shots without having to reload them. Snazy and Poda, they're boxed up on that Slurp Flower, which is really a good play. They're able to look for the Storm Tag that they need, and should they take any damage, they're able to use the Slurp Flower. But right now, they're just trying to get into the next part of the zone, but they're going to box on another one of the Slurp Flowers. Building out of wood right now, which is an interesting choice for this part of the game, but it also means that they are able to refarm, as wood is very plentiful in that jungle. Cammy and Seti right back in their original drop at Frenzy Farms. They are so far from the zone, but there is another team in front of them.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now let's take a little look at Cammy and Seti's off-spawn situation. We know it's a little bit dicey for them at the moment, but in this particular game, they have managed to take control of that main Frenzy building. Of course, that gives them access to the north side of the map, and of course, what is there lurking at the north side of the map? It's the Forecast Tower. If you don't know, that gives them access to know when the next zone is going to be and where it is going to be positioned. So of course, that's absolutely vital information for them. We can see them taking out another player here as well, and thankfully for them, they actually get access to this Forecast Tower. Hopefully for them, it'll be a good game like game number 1.
Forecast Tower is going to be really good for them if they actually can get to the zone, because right now they are going to use it to position themselves. Once they get to the zone, they can figure out what side of the zone they need to go to after the zone pulls, because they can see where that next circle will be. Right now it's Vidil and Mr. Savage, EU's last season champions. FNCS champions of EU, and now we have the island spawn on by Mashari and Ryu, who are going to ramp right up to that. You got to be careful though, because at this point they're going to get targeted enough that got to make sure they connect, which they do. So they're able to get into the position. Remember, Batman Booga is the one who took this last time. So every time a team is able to get to this, that is 15 points for them. And he also has the first shotgun augment. When you combine that with the mythic version of the Infiltrator pump shotgun, it is going to work pretty well. We see Duke, he's carrying that sniper rifle. Duke and Edgy might end up actually being below the Storm Surge, so they do need to start looking for tags. N-Star over here with the Bush Bomb set up on the ice area, so he's able to, he built the whole thing out of brick. You're able to refarm the brick in that area very easily. But you don't want to be taking too much tags. He's 500 above. He doesn't really need the damage as much as the other players. He's going to try to get it just so they can get some of the damage off from before. But he's got to be careful, because he doesn't have much natural ways to healing up, which means he'll have to use his shields now if he takes damage looking for tags. His teammate is very far from as well, but having two different sets of eyes on two completely different angles might also benefit them. Someone also has a Breacher shotgun as well, and it looks like Mr. Savage is going to get caught down by it. Vidil's playing a very risky game. All these builds around him are not his. And there is a third party who's trying to spray some shots through. But he needs to find a new approach. It looks like he's trying to get back to his teammate, but this is where he's going to get the pressure. Now we see the kid who has the Breacher shotgun does not have the first shotgun augment, which means he can't actually hit a full 200, but at Vidil's health, that will not matter. Mr. Savage and Vidil are gone. And this is going to be interesting because he's going to opt to carry both a pump shotgun. Oh, and he drops it. Yeah, we have seen players in the past carry a pump shotgun and a Breacher, though the double pump delay does tend to make things pretty bad for players who end up doing that. So some like it, some don't. And that was a nice flick shot. If the Storm hadn't been doing any damage to the players, then that would have been a really hard situation for Gen to get out of. Hen and Vasquez. Hen and Vasquez scored 21 bonus points on day 2, most of any duo the entire weekend. And the thing is, they're trying to claim this flag, but they can't do it because there is another team in this area, which means the flag cannot be captured until there's no team remaining on it. They got storm surge damage coming in, and they are below, so they really need to find those teams that are going here. They're trying to play aggressive so that they can manage to do so. The other team who's sitting on that is just Marche, which he might not even be a full duo. He might just be a solo there, which is why they end up taking control of the flag. But he's sitting in a safe spot just outside of it long enough for that not to be a huge problem. Interesting play for the crash pads here. Gripey does still have 5 of them. And they're getting a shot from Batman Booga and Rapid from the top. He's going to try to take a sniper shot, but just misses. And they are 57 above the damage threshold. Now only 30. It drops to 37, but they're back to 50. They really need to get some damage off now, though. They're up enough for now, but once it actually turns on, it is going to be a little worrisome. They just managed to make it into the zone. They're going to have to look back at Mustache and Tayson, who are coming in from the back. Yumi and Source fighting Cammy and Seti. Seti is down. Cammy and Seti, they're fighting for the top spot right now. They cannot be going down this early. In fact, Crisp and Noxy, they managed to get the res off, which is not going to be good for Cammy. He's going to opt to take the rocket ram over the crash pads and the blue pump while he has it. But right now, he's kind of just trying to figure out where to go. He got the loop below him, but there's also another duo down there. So it would be a mistake to drop down there for right now. But he's going to try to look for tags. He knows there's a team there. He also is getting a team pressuring him, so he's going to try to back up. That team might realize he's a solo. And he's going to try to use the rocket ram at this point. He's got to hope he does not get sprayed. But no team is paying attention to him as of right now. Until he hits the ground, that is. Threats goes down in the kill feed. Cammy and Seti are in 3rd place right now. They cannot afford to be losing this game. Muro and Cooper have basically done a full pincer maneuver as Cooper decides to get over back to Muro. Using the hill as natural cover. We are on the full north side of the map over here by Eclipse Estate. And still, we have not really seen the mythic weapons be in use that much. Eggcorn and Kaizen. Kaizen's going to go down to Eggcorn in the kill feed. Miro's going to get sprayed by Vico. He's going to have to use the last of his minis. They're 200 above the threshold. And they're going to take the time to get as much brick out of this as they can because they are very short on builds right now, having used almost all of them on their rotate. He's going to try to get up, probably farm some of the wood from these trees, because he is not going to have any mats for getting sprayed. But you also can see they're the only ones in that area. So if they can, like they're okay for now. But when they have to actually move into that next circle, where almost all the contention is from those players, that'll be an issue. You see a very large amount of players are all clustered by that side, but they don't need to go anywhere. All the teams are going to be sitting on that side of the zone because it pulls back. And once it pulls, they'll be in the center of that zone, which means they'll have even less rotating to do after that. Duke, Edgy, Bylaw, Peterbot, they're the top 10 right now that are still alive, and they actually can make a play for the top 5 now that 3 teams in front of them are gone. You see Ball, who's just trying to Pink is just trying to look around a bit. Bylaw and Peterbot, they've bought fully in metal, trying to look around, see who they can see around them. A shot does come off from the top, damaging some of their bucks. They're going to end up replacing that. They have decent mats compared to a lot of the other players. They're 240 above Stormhold. But there also are still 30 duos alive. Duke and Edgy is going to be a little aggressive as they rotate, but it doesn't look like it's going to last. It looks like they're just going to go right over. And a lot of the teams are going to start moving. Cooper and Miro, they need to figure out how to get in. They don't have many mats, as you remember. Miro himself still only on 2 builds. They have used a lot of them boxing up for this, and they're 2660 below this threshold. They are falling lower and lower. They're going to phase into this box, get the damage they need. A decent amount comes through. They're now about 200 above, but the teammate Cooper is going to take a massive amount of damage. They managed to find one of the kills though, and that is something they really needed. They are now almost 457 above the threshold. They just were 36 below. That was a good play from them. They needed that. And it looks like this is going to also be... Cooper's going to find another refresh, which means he's getting even more of the mats he needed. This is a really good play for Cooper and Miro. And while they didn't necessarily get the heals they needed, it was absolutely essential in order to pull this off. Interesting choice. Miro's going to drop the extra AR and the rocket ram. Cooper and Miro are the first place team. Cammy is by himself once again. Still third place, but he is holding on as best he can. He's going to try to rocket ram. He is 164 below the damage threshold. He needs to do some damage. You could try to use this rocket ram for it, but nope, he's just going to get there, get where he needs to be, and box. He needs to start looking for the other players around him. He needs to get that damage done. Because this zone is going to turn on the next Storm Surge. And he's going to have to go through all his shields to out-heal it. He needs to hit some nice shotgun shots in order to get past this. He's looking around, trying to see if there's anybody who's just making a single mistake. That one mistake that he can get even a single bullet onto them. Here's a replay from Cooper and Miro. They end up getting Pink. Pink goes into their box. They get yet another refresh. Does take away some of their HP again, but it looks like Pink had the heals that they needed as they are once again back up. Miro is actually back to 200 HP for the first time in a while this match. 724 above the threshold, and they've got a pretty easy low ground rotate. They just got to make sure that they don't get too hard pressured by the rest of the teams. There is a player above them. Bylaw and Peterbot playing somewhat shambles. 5 builds on Bylaw. Neither of them much more than 100 HP. Bylaw 83 HP. They are 300 above. They need the refresh for the mats and for the heals. They don't need it for the damage. Miro goes down to Vico in the kill feed. 76 above. They are going to start needing to do some damage. It looks like they get one onto Edgy, so that's 113 above. They do get some mats and a little bit of heals. It's not going to be a lot. Any bit of damage that they can do is essential at this point. Cooper is finding a lot of damage on the Rise. He is now a solo, and Storm Surge turns off for now. He sees a lot of loot in the background. Another player went for that as well. They did not even waste any time shooting each other. Queasy's got the exotic Maven shotgun. It's going to make him move slightly faster, and the fire rate will be slightly faster upon doing damage. But he's got to find a tag with it. He also has a single exotic slap splash left. Looks like he's going to try to save that for when he needs it most. Chubbs and Bryce trying to rotate in right now. Yamzo goes down in the kill feed. Vico finds another kill. Bryce goes down. Chubbs is left to play this. There are 13 teams left, 19 players alive. He's going to get some materials from Bryce as he needs. Cooper finds one on the Rapid. That means Batman Booga is left as a solo as well as Cooper. Cooper gets the full finish. He does have the shields though. And he does find a storm tag, a storm kill on Batman Booga. So Batman Booga is out. Kanata is playing as a solo in the front of zone. This is the first time we've seen Kanata or Agers in the end game since the beginning of this. But he also has the most eliminations of a single player right now. And Nudie is knocked right now. Gabzera is knocked. It's just down to Pixie, Sheetan, and Karmi. And it's Sheetan and Pixie who take the game.
To fight the 1v2. Pixie and Cheaton take their third victory royale of the weekend.
Is that a back-to-back for Pixie and Cheaton?
Yeah.
Are they just on fire right now?
want to repeat what our casters just said. Are you on fire right now?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're a man of few words, but you do have some Swedish words for the audience right now. Would you like to say anything to everyone who's supporting you?
Tack för alla som supportar mig.
There we go, nice and simple. Thank you, everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Yeah, full stack again and just play it out. Like, we had so many mats and stuff, and we just full tapped to the end game. We looked at high, and then we looked up, and it was free, and we take it.
So do you think the key to your fantastic end games is actually you're having great early starts as well?
Yes, we get like good search, good mats, and just get into end game.
And what's the secret to this? Have you spent a long time preparing your game plan, or is this just in the moment when you sit down, you just know what you want to do?
We have prepared a lot of strats, and then we just play from there.
And who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just looking for our game plan, and then we just play our end game game plan in the finals.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger, but hopefully you can hold off the competition. I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and Cheating!
Bro, no shot. No shot. There's 2 stories we're going to highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheating, the back-to-back. Guys, understand, this is a Globals stage. This is it. This is the peak level of competition. And Pixie and Cheating say, Victory out? Nah. Let's give you 2.
Pixie and Cheating have to be on top of the run, and look at this. It's all about the back side of the moving zones. They find out where the high ground is weakest. They go ahead and spray it out, and then they build up. And how they have so many materials going into this end game. Look at their eliminations before they just start to farm them from the high ground, right? They are just finding refreshes as they go along. And to end the game with 8 eliminations and a back-to-back win, Levin, like what?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. They literally came through and said the win was so nice, we had to do it twice. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, you're getting to that end game, and I keep seeing Cheating and Pixie's names in the feed. I'm thinking, wait, these guys are still up. And we're seeing all these titans in the lobby falling, just able to keep up. But these guys look so strong all the way until the end. I mean, even with that being said, Zeke, they still won in first place.
That is the second storyline. Cooper and Miro, these guys are gods. I don't even know what I'm watching. Obviously, Pixie and Cheating are kind of like, right now they have the spotlight on them, which gives Cooper and Miro the opportunity to say, okay, spotlight's off us. Let's operate in the shadows. Let's make some plays. Dude, but the solo clutch as well.
Zeke, before the solo clutch, though, we had an incredible clutch as they do. I mean, they were on the west side of the zone. They were trying to farm out. They had 0 builds. And me and Levin, we were like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a good game from them, right? They're going to fall out of first place. And then somehow they just find a double refresh. And then they take out the team that was following them in that second place, Pink. Like, the refreshes just kept flying in.
I mean, when your back is against the wall, to do what these guys are doing, forcing their way into the box, and forcing the elims, I mean, it's craziness. And then Cooper at the end there, really a man just possessed right now. The shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Miro went down 25th, right? There was 25 teams alive when Miro went down. Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Which is kind of crazy to me, because a lot of times when we talk about this duel, we tend to focus a little more on Miro's side, right? Kind of a little more decorated, a little more experienced. But Cooper's like, whoa, why am I getting disrespected right now?
I mean, unbelievable player, right? He was given the chance by Miro to compete, and he has not looked back since. Every opportunity he's taken.
Flip the coin. If anybody has seen that on the timeline, basically how this duo ended up forming, Miro was like, hey, Cooper, flip a coin, and if it's what you guess, whatever it was, I think it was heads, we'll duo. And it ended up being correct. So they formed a duo, and now here they are on the global stage in first place after 3 games.
Best coin flip of his life.
Just insane. Okay, so really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheating and Pixie rather in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper and Miro. and they're kind of, you know, gentlemen of very few words. I was kind of curious if you guys had insight as to how they are just going wild right now. How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's the high ground play, right? Like somehow, you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen either of those duos in a healthy enough position to go ahead and contend for it. So it's kind of left that area of the end game open arms for Pixie and Sheetan.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to be very low pressure right now. And for a team who isn't as experienced in these kind of moments, that's very alarming almost, right? You don't expect to see that. You expect the players to be shaking and wobbling over their words like, oh my goodness, we're on the stage and we're winning games. What's going on? No, these guys are cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. You talk about another duo that's cool, calm, collected. Vico and Pink in third place right now, halfway through the competition. Guess what? Frankie, she's standing by with Vico right now. So let's hear from him.
I am, and Vico, I think this is the least nervous I've ever seen you. Why are you so calm right now?
Well, it's 3 games in, and well, there's nothing to really win right now, so nothing to lose. So it's just like there's nothing really that we need to like have pressure about, because no one really thinks that we're gonna win or anything. So
I think you've got a good chance. You're in third place at the moment, and right now the drop spot feels quite safe for you because Cold and Acorn, they're not trying to grief you, they're not trying to 50-50, they're actually just giving you space.
Yeah, they're just giving us space. Like we're giving them space, they're giving us space, because there's not really a reason why we would fight, because it's just gonna get delayed. And if we both play our end games, like me and Acorn, and like we're just both gonna do good.
Who do you think has the stronger end game out of the two duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that? He really taught you about playing the game then. What does it mean to play Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like you need to understand like how to play mid games actually, and like look for surge and all that stuff. And that's like something that Bloodix is really good at. And yeah.
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that you are in this third spot, you can go either way now. You can go up, obviously you can go down, and you can go all the way to that trophy. What are you feeling right now in terms of your chances? Do you already see yourself lifting that trophy on that stage?
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge point difference between first and third place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like Mero and Cooper can choke as well as like second place. I think second place is Pixie and Cheatin. They can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored, I believe, over 100 points. So it might be 100 points separating you from the top, but I know that you can pull off a big game. So Vico, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to you and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Can I just say, I don't know where he is in here, but Bloodix is the biggest liar there is. For him to say, I've not had to teach Vico anything, I've been there. He's had to teach Vico a lot, like Vico just said. And my, oh my, we're grateful he has, right? Because look how Vico's playing, look how he's improved. It hasn't always been the smoothest, it hasn't always been the easiest of rides for that duo to get to where they are now, but it's the perfect time for them to be peaking.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need to get sharpened, right? I still need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best, you'll never actually improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings, a couple in the top 3. Let's talk about the duo in 4th, Seti and Cammy. Again, I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the time. Cammy and Seti, though, they might have this like, they haven't quite made it up in the standing. They haven't got a victory on, not even a top 5, whatever. And then they end in first place, right? From this position. And we're only halfway through. In 3 games, they can make it happen.
So far, for me, Cammy and Seti's performance has been about hanging on, right? Giving them actually a chance to go ahead and hoist the trophy at the end of the day. Because so far, as I was talking to Levin about while we were watching that game, we really haven't seen a good game from them yet, a solid one. Usually this duo is very, very tight-knit in the sense that they are both alive late into these end games, but we have just seen solo clutch performances, which by the way is very, very rare for this duo, to just hold on to that 4th place, which is why that 4th place to me is so impressive.
Yeah, no, I want to really emphasize that because you're spot on there. they have not had a good game by Cammy and Seti standards. Like, the best is still yet to come from these guys. And the fact that they're in fourth, and you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards, just says everything you need to know about this duo.
You know, and we're talking about it a lot, right? Obviously, of course, right now we are on a break. So there is some time to maybe sit back and actually talk with each other, kind of figure out what's going wrong. So maybe this is the reset that they need.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times when it maybe looked like maybe this duo would split up and things weren't going to work out for them and it was going to be the end of Cammy and Seti, they've been able to work things out. They've been able to get together, get on the same page, and it's paid off every single time.
Absolutely. We saw 3 games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game and they could suddenly overtake that #1 spot. There's a point differential, but we can't focus on that, right? We have to focus on the job we have to do. As we turn our attention back over to the standings, let's just take a look here as well. I'd love to highlight Karmi and Vanyak. They're in 5th place, up 22 places. Again, it takes one good game, and then suddenly we just shift the entire leaderboard.
You know what's impressive to me is that I'm looking at the objectives, right? None of the teams right now in the top 10 seem to have secured Rift Island a single time. So I kind of wonder what's going on with that. Maybe it's actually kind of hurting some of these teams for whatever reason. But I mean, listen, that lead by Cooper and Mira. You know what's very, very interesting about Mira? Of course, he does have 5 FNCS titles under his belt. Did you know that in 4 of those titles, he didn't actually win a game? So those back-to-back second places are just very much so his style.
So basically you're saying, we got to just wrap it up now. It's over. Like, if he's winning games now it's just over. We might as well just pack it up, we'll go home.
There we go. I'm going to stay. I want to stay. I want to see this halftime show coming up shortly from DJ Producer, 2 Friends. We'll get there momentarily. But yeah, I mean, with halfway through, now it is more important and more critical than ever. We can't be slipping, right? We have to keep moving forward. We have to kind of shore up these mistakes as quickly as possible because there's a championship trophy waiting.
You know, why don't we reference some of the other in-person events that we have had, right? We had Invitational. Now, of course, that was 12 games, so a little bit different. But we checked out the day 1, right? After 6 games, which, of course, was that halfway point. And since we're at that point now, I think it would be very, very relevant to talk about it. Whoever was at the top of the leaderboard, it still switched up very much so after we played out the second half of the competition. So I really do feel like there's still so much that could happen.
Yeah, and look, again, as much as a lot of these players very much need the break, they need some time to cool down and relax. It could be a bit of a heat check for Mira and Cooper, right? They might come back, sit down, and they're not really feeling as hot as they once were, right? So hopefully it doesn't mess up their momentum and their flow.
You talk about momentum, we got to slow things down. We are halfway through the competition, and what I want to see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Well, listen up, Fortnite fam. I don't want to completely slow things down. I just want to change things up. We've had a lot of gameplay, but now we're going to introduce some music here for the halftime show. Coming all the way in from California, we have something very special in store for you here, Copenhagen. DJ, producer, musician extraordinaire, 2 Friends has something never before heard or seen in store for you all here. That's right, it's a very special Fortnite show, one that's gonna be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor, get ready to stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, I mean, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it. We're gonna jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out, and then we get to see what's in store for us.
How we feeling, baby? We're 2 Friends just on Tuber Job tonight. Y'all ready to do a big with us? Make some noise! I need all y'all right here. Put the hands in the sky. Put them up, put them up, put them up. Show me what we got. Come on. Fortnite, let's keep it going strong right here. Follow us on this one.
Got a lot of love, little bit less money, 22 more charming. Besides you, met a couple friends, but I never really see them, cause I don't really feel them. They don't look like you. You've been on my mind, 9 to 5 and then 5 to 9, yeah. Up the whole night, dreaming when I'm near your body. I can't shut my eyes with you in my bed, even when I'm tired. The PM be turning to AM and I couldn't rest if you
do it like this.
So, what's up? I'm wide awake but never sleep. And no, can't close my eyes around you, but it's cool. Cause I be looking at you.
Y'all ready to go a little bit harder right now?
Looking at you.
Fortnite, show me what we got.
What's poppin'? Brand new wheel, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like starting. Just judging. I'm spending this holiday locking. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top hat. I can put the ball in the end zone, put it back end zone. This sound like an intro, just don't give me that tempo. Cold food, get food. Cold hurt, don't let her friends know. In the building, I move like a dime. I'm fettuccine, a Vincenzo.
Y'all will know this next one. Let me hear you guys sing it with us.
Devil diamonds in the light. I was standing side by side as the shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny.
Scream! Fortnite, let me see all y'all losing right now. Run it back, baby! Put them hands in the sky! Put them up! Put them up! Fortnite makes it Royce McCasey on the saxophone!
It's been a long time since I've seen your face. We both got older, still we haven't changed. I still remember the promises we made. I'd always love you even miles away. Oh, we never found the perfect time or place. That doesn't mean we won't find it some way. You in my sweater in the pouring rain. I think I love you more than yesterday. Hold your breath, darling, swim to shore. I'll trade the water in that heart of yours. And when it storms, we'll sail right through the waves. I love you more than yesterday.
Let me see all y'all got.
I love you more than yesterday.
1, 2, 3. Fortnite, I need every single one of you to lose your voices with us.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having it and she's taking it. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head. But she's touching his. So now he takes off her. Now let me go. And I just can't look. It's killing me and taking control.
Let me hear it.
Jealousy turning into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, joking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my ear.
Y'all know what to do.
'Cause I missed the bright side.
Fortnite, how we feeling out there? Let's keep it going strong.
I chase the butterflies you give me, your venom kiss me. Miss I Betty, so gullible. Now your piano plays me radio, sang you in one go. Fake smile, but it's too wonderful. Of all guitar chords you could have picked, strumming softly to sheet music. Know the crash from your simple hits. Knew you beat me with every kick. No more mysteries inside your eyes. Ancient histories of you and I. Wind up back there.
Follow us like this. Show me what we got. Fortnite, let's finish this one off strong. This next one's called A Foaming Eye. Vibe with us.
I can see the sunset. And in your eyes, and we ain't even done yet. Don't wanna go home yet. I spent the whole day with you, and we ain't Don't you hate goodbyes? Rather say good morning than good night. No, I can't even pretend. No matter how I try, my body wants to know we cannot hide. I don't want this night to end.
Like this.
If only I could stop the sunrise, we can lay here all night. If only I
Come on. Let me see you guys dance with us.
Show me good love in a real time. I'll show you what a real lover feel like. We could turn a second to a lifetime. Slow it down and make a moment. And baby, yeah, you know you're the one. 'Cause I could fall in love with you twice. I'll ride all the highs and the lows, follow wherever you go. Don't you hate goodbyes? Rather say good morning than good night. No, I can't even pretend. No matter how I try, my body wants to know we cannot hide. I don't want this night.
Second time, even louder.
If only I could stop the sunrise, we can lay here all night. If only I could let the freeze down and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years.
Get up off your feet.
If only I could stop the sunrise, we can lay here all night. If only I could let the freeze down and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years.
Fortnite, thank you guys. We're two friends. Love you.
My mind is absolutely blown. I was just watching the halftime show on the screen. We were having a bop outside with the rest of the Fortnite team. Yes, I know no one has referred to it as a bop for about 30 years, Kelly.
Well, to age us even more, when Mr. Brightside came on, all of the 30-year-olds in the talent show were going crazy, and then anyone younger than that pretty much didn't know what was going on.
Gold star goes to Zeke. Zeke has got some moves. Zeke literally looked like an in-game character doing the dance moves. I thought he was going to bring out the floss at one moment. I was like, Zeke, that is so
I think he did. I think he actually did a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
That's how much he loves Fortnite.
It's true.
Well, how would you describe your moves?
Terrible. That's the one word.
Yeah, I was like a fist pump, little groove on the heel, a little groove on the heel. Can I say my MVP from that performance?
Yes.
Man with the sax.
Oh my gosh, how could you not?
And that was live. That wasn't a pre-recorded guy just sax syncing. I don't know what the saxophone equivalent of lip syncing is. He's like literally walking down a stair. I find it so hard to walk down the stairs of the main stage, let alone some narrow stage steps while playing a saxophone, Kelly.
Oh, as soon as the two friends guys jumped up there, I got scared. I didn't know if they had any harnesses on. Is it one friend? Is that what you would call singular of the two friends?
That's when one of the friends misses the jump, but he didn't. He's been working on those glutes. I literally need to know his exercise routine because he came out and he jumped, and that's when my mind started to be blown to the point where I don't think I have any brain cells left because literally that performance has made me lose all thought because it was so awesome.
I mean, the drummers were also incredible.
Yes, they were. Yes,
Great
they
job,
were.
you
The
guys.
drummers,
Thank
the
you.
dancers, everything was thrown at this one, and now our players are going to throw everything at these last three games. Do you like the segue?
That was good. That was really good.
Thanks so much. Been working on it.
3 games left, and there's obviously a few duos that we have to talk about that are on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, there are. Do you think that anyone is going to overtake Cooper and Mira because they are 100 points clear and they're so consistent in getting to those end games?
I mean, not only do they have the highest amount of eliminations right now, but they also have the highest average placement. But you can't ignore Pixie and Cheatin', who, for the first time since the FNCS World Cup, where we had Aqua and Nyrox get back-to-back VRs. They are the first duo to do it again. So it has been years since we've seen that. That is an incredible accomplishment. So there's definitely a chance for that duo there.
Well, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say, but I also hope that Zeke is going to show you guys some of his moves.
No. Listen, Frankie, you're not gonna bait me into that, okay? Look, those moves are way too powerful, okay? But man, that was a crazy set by DJ Producer 2 Friends, and I gotta agree with Frankie. When Casey on the sax came out, I was just not ready. Like, I was like, yeah, this is amazing, and that just dropped, and I'm just jumping like crazy. That was so much fun.
It's so fun being in here, right? Because we're standing up here on the desk, and the whole ground is like shaking as this is going on as well. And then the flames start going off, and it's like, whoa. Why can we actually feel the heat from those flames?
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going,
Just
man.
keep going while we continue the competition. Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristbands. So as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena lighting up kind of in like tandem with the songs. Man, that was amazing. Thank you so much, DJ Producer 2 Friends. We appreciate y'all. Casey on the sax, we became best friends.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. Now, as we kind of get ready here, we have some time before we jump back into the game. The players have kind of taken a bit. They're stepping back, they're getting some food, talking with whoever they need to talk to, and focusing their minds. Let's take a look at the stats by the numbers. Let's take a look at how things are kind of going here in the grand finals. When we take a look at the numbers for most eliminations, you can see Cooper and Miro. No surprise, currently sitting in first place right behind them, Pixie and Cheaton.
Yeah, I mean, you know, first and second place, obviously eliminations are very,
I didn't know
very
if they had any
important.
harnesses on.
But Peter, Bot, and Bilo with 12
Is it
sneaking
one
up
friend?
there for me.
Is that
I
what you
feel
call
like they
singular for
just
two
started
friends?
to warm up in
one of the
game
friends
number 3.
misses
There we
the
saw
jump, but he
Peter, but
didn't.
the
He's been
mechanics were
working on
coming
those
out. That's what
glutes.
he's known for, by the way. So if that can continue that momentum, they might be flying up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it feels like a blast from the past from those guys, right? Obviously, back when they won an FNCS many seasons ago, that's the kind of thing we saw from them so often, right? Popping off high elim games, and it's good to see them getting in on the action today.
I was curious to kind of get your thoughts. So how do we slow down Miro and Cooper right now? Are they contested? Because it seems right now like they're uncontested, or if they are, they're just winning off every spawn. But they are so dangerously far ahead right now.
No, I mean, seriously, what it comes down to is making mistakes out of them. And literally game number 3 was that, right? They made a mistake. They had so many things to come back from in that game. I mean, positionally, right? They were pretty much out to the west side of the zone. They had no builds. Somehow finding the refreshes in that game tells me that they are even ready for those situations that are tough, especially in Fortnite competitive, to overcome, which just means that it might be hard to stop that Cooper Miro train.
Yeah, I think the one interesting for me, no matter how many games we play, no matter how deep we are into this competition, if Thomas actually walks out, the crowd are going to make noise. And that's what just happened a second ago. He's clearly back from his break and they're all, you know, on top of the world. It'd be good to see those guys start to get in on the action a bit more. You see Manabuka getting ready there, Thomas locked in, focused. These off-spawn battles against Kanada and Aegis, they've been going so back and forth, man. And it mentally, it must be tough because even when you win, you know this might be the only opportunity you get to actually play out a game, and there's even more pressure that gets added with that.
Yeah, and here we kind of turn attention from 11th down to 20th. I want to highlight 17th place, Hen and Vasquez. We've seen double Rift Island claims. You can see the 30 points. The 30 points, just under half of their total points from Rift Island. And it's still just so crazy to me. More duos aren't just sending it. Because actually yesterday we saw a moment where there was like 4 duos that landed on it. And they're like, okay, look, you got here. That's fine. We'll just let you have it. But at least they went for it.
Yeah, and I actually saw some respect there in game number 3, right? We saw Datus and Stain, right? They were right under the Rift Island spawn, and we were like, oh, look, they're probably going to get it. And then they just didn't go up for it when I really feel like they were in a position too. So still a lot of these teams not willing to go for it.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like you said, they went from showing so much respect there for not going for it. Then the next game they get in a limit and they start, you know, doing the griddy on their opponents, right? So clearly, you know, where they choose to give and not give respect is a bit different, and it depends on who it really is. I'd like to see some more teams get involved in that Rift Island gambit, right? I think, again, for a team to have claimed it twice now in Hen and Vasquez, you can't be letting that happen for the rest of the lobby, right? If they now start to, you know, put on better performances to add to those Rift Island points, then you start looking at a team that can start to contend.
Okay, I like it. Let's take a look at the numbers for Rift Island. So obviously we highlighted them, Hen and Vasquez, 30 points. Okay, so Batman, Booga, and Rapid, we did see that not that long ago. And then remember, we've got the forecast towers being 3 points each. So Cammy and Seti and Bryce and Chubbs have also claimed 2 respectively. So, and I think the other thing we want to kind of, it's not necessarily gone under the wayside, but that forecast can be.
You give them the forecast out, you give them the intel, the insight beforehand, and it's like, yeah, they're just always going to be in a good spot. And even though the performances, maybe there's a bit going wrong in terms of just the fighting ability and where they're on the same page there in box fights, they're still going to make it deep into games with those forecast towers.
Yeah, and if we think about the strength of Frenzy as it stands right now, of course, it is going to be the fact that it is so close to that forecast tower. So the fact that they're kind of like splitting their drop spot right now, I really think it's in favor of them. And, you know, we're talking about how, you know, we really don't think that they've had a Cammy Seti-esque game yet. That forecast tower has to help them out in that category so much.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I enjoyed that halftime show, games are ready to go. Let's send it up to our casters. This is game number 4 of the FNCS Global Championship.
That's right, we're up here. We have Taco joining us right now to, of course, close out the remainder of the day. We already know it's getting intense. Players did have a short break, though.
The very first 3 games today have done nothing except deliver action after action after action. So many insane moments, and we're here to get plenty more because game number 4 is ready to go.
And we are back from the halftime break for FNCS. And this time we get a horizontal bus drop. It's going to be going on. Remember, those players were using those drop maps. So no matter what angle that bus is going to come from, they have been practicing their drops. And I'm really interested to see what's going to happen between Kanata and Malabuka and these fights right here. Because this off spawn has been everything. So far, Kanata and Agers have won 2. Malabuka and Thomas have won the 1. But this is game 4. So let's see who wins this one. It's really a matter of who lands on the gun and which gun is picked up first. Malabuka's going to take the first shots. Both Agers and Kanata are going to find shotguns. Malabuka goes down. Thomas is taking damage from the AR, and Agers and Kanata win. But no, a third party comes and takes them out as well. I think that was Poyo and Sphinx. So neither one of the teams actually gets to get points in that system. And that's actually pretty bad for Thomas and Malabuka because they have been known as the top team. Like many EU players are like they want them to win, and so far they've only been able to survive off of 1 off spawn. Even though Kanata and Agers weren't actually the ones that, I mean, yes, they were the ones who got those kills, but at the same time, Agers and Kanata went down there too. So it's that spot right there is just a little bit too contested, and you can kind of see it's literally what we're seeing every match the first time. We're gonna see Clement go and see if he can get some tags. It's really Kaizen with that twin mag who's going to have any chance of that, but only 1 tag is going to come off. It's still damage being dealt, so in that sense it is still going to be very helpful for that team. Baka and Pars already going to be going down again. Remember, Baka used to be playing with On1, and On1 does not seem to be playing at all with him this season. We see the fight that happened. It was a suppressed pistol battle, it looks like. We have Teeny and Misha coming up on Moneymaker and his duo. The top 10, Agers and Kanata, are already gone. And being in a top 10 position, they really could not afford to be going down so early. Only 3 teams have gone down so far. Misha and Teeny are fighting Worthy and Alex, the OCE power duo. And Worthy just sprays the crap out of Misha, but it's not enough. And Worthy and Alex go down. Vico and Pink, they're still in this fight. Vico and Pink just farming up right now. Don't really have to deal with anybody. Moneymaker and Fernan. Really trying to see what exactly they can do right now. Stash and Tayson, they're kind of just trying to pressure from two different angles on this team. Because remember, the Slappy Shores here, they do have a vault here now. And it looks like Chico and Trul already have looted it. See, Chico's got that gold combat SMG that came off the NPC there. Bolts and Thoric are coming in from that very far side of the map over there. They could have gotten some keys of some kind. And it's Snaze and Poda taking out Atex. And you can see a reaction from the audience from that as well. And it looks like they're going to do it. They're going to do their strategy they've always had, keeping him alive just long enough for them to be able to keep getting some damage off. It's interesting how that team never seems to finish their opponents. They just keep doing damage to them for Storm Surge, and it's a very interesting strategy. Vanyak trying to get as much out of the metal he can find. There isn't a ton of metal in the jungle biome, so any bit that he can find is really going to help out. Karmi is on the top. Vanyax is farming his metal. Polarized and Scented lost WWTD. This is Scented. Little change in username. Polarized has been very consistent in Cash Cups this season. And it's Nudie versus Garbeza. We heard a sniper shot coming in. You can see on the map there's a team on the right side that is going to be trying to get some third-party shots in. Polarized gets a nice wall replace. That's about a 70 damage tag onto Garbeza. Polarized himself's taking a couple shots. He's got the splashes. They're in the storm. They got the circle that they need. So and that's Muzz and Paper, who's just sitting on top of that hill looking for any damage that they can maybe do. Paper's the one with the gold suppressed sniper. Even a body shot hit with that is great Storm Surge damage. A headshot even more so. But they got a far zone pull, and this is one of the first zones that isn't pulling towards the west side of the map. We're starting to see some more eastern pull here, and that will be a very interesting end game. Duke and Edgy rotating alongside here. Oh, some shots coming through. Duke and Edgy are in 16th place. Very tight between the bottom of the leaderboard. It's only a few points that separate each team. I find it interesting that these pros are going to be using the Crash Pad Juniors, which are much smaller than the original Crash Pads and don't break through builds. Snazy and Poda, they're sneaking up a team on the bottom left side of the map. One of them just hit a geyser. I don't even know if they noticed, but he only has a gray suppressed pistol. He was just rebooted. And that is going to be another shot on Snazy and Poda. Just rebooted. And there's nothing he can do about that. Muzz and Paper seem to be getting involved in their third party in their fight. They take out Nudie. Striker's just going to have to wait it out or play as a solo. We got Booga and Threats, Peterbot and Bylaw. And yeah, now there's... This is the only fight for a vault that we really see. But that vault is good loot. And we see Peterbot has got himself a mythic charge shotgun. That is the second shotgun in the game that is able to hit a 200 damage headshot, but you need to charge it up. The only other way is to take a heisted heavy shotgun, the Breacher shotgun, and combine it with the first shotgun augment like Paper has with the Sharp Tooth for that amazing kill. And that's Paper right there. You see his expression. He's excited about that kill. Seti using the scope salvo. Cammy and Seti dropped down to 4th place. And the amount of solo plays that this duo has made today is quite amazing. Cammy's got the gold AR, and that can only, you can assume that that means that they got control of the Storm Tower on the side of Frenzy. Crisp and Norxy, the team that was contesting Cammy and City, and they hit nasty shots. Crisp barely going to be able to heal himself before dying into the storm. But he needs to pop a medkit now. He needs some form of heals because he is not going to survive out in the storm versus Cammy and Zeddy. Stain and Datus. Zagu. A bunch of teams over there could also face the third party. Zeddy's in the front of zone. Cammy must not be too far behind. They're playing white heels right now. They are they're just sitting inside the storm. And this is once again the first zone pull that is going towards the eastern side of the map. Raccoon and Zagu just dealing with the players near them. There is a slip train to their right, which they may end up trying to go for. You have X-Force, Janice, Rizan, Roba. And you see, this is the use of the heisted Maven. The Maven, if you hit a full body shot, can't hit for hard. It's not going to hit a huge headshot damage. But the fire rate on it is what makes up for that. This heisted is really good for just jumping into people's boxes. You can do it all you want for taking peeks and stuff with a pump. But jumping into boxes with a heisted and you hit your shots, they can be dead so quick. They're trying to take the pieces, get the box fight going, and they don't mind building it out of the metal. They're trying to claim the cash that'll have lots of metal with it. Bryce and Chubbs over in the distance. Pixie's up by himself on that hill. Cammy and Zeddy, they're still sitting in the storm, trying to tag people who have rotated in. He actually got the knock on Axa. They might be able to get that finish. And he's going to look, he's going to try to spray, he's going to try to take advantage, but there's a sniper coming in. You can see the glint of the scope. And Cammy's trying to make his way over. So the instance where you do not want to use the rocket ram. The rocket ram is primarily for an end game. Trying to use it in these situations, you're going to get aimed out of the sky. And Zeddy's trying to do whatever damage he can. Trying to bake the barrier just so they can't get that res off. But they do. They get it off. And now the separation that he has from Cammy, he doesn't have the white heals. They're going to end up needing to use some of their heals. Might need to use the slurp. And they just decide this is not really worth their time. They're so far out of the zone. They need to get back. They're going to end up using the kinetic ore to do so. Miro and Cooper, the first place team, is sitting by the gas station of Racetrack. Got the gold Sharp Tooth with the first shotgun augment. And here's an interesting, we haven't seen the pros take the ninja training augment yet.
All of the games so far throughout the day have featured some very early aggression, but that is not the case for Cooper and Miro, right? They're just landing over at Rumble Ruins all alone. And honestly, one of the best things about this POI is going to be that Temple Vault. So much loot in one spot to make sure that they can quickly get the loadouts that is needed. And the other thing good about this POI is that it is centrally located on the map, so they can get some storm surge and some early rotations out.
Those early rotations is really going to help out. You can see that's pretty much how they survived their shambles in the third game, was because they were able to get those early rotations enough that they could focus on getting a refresh, and ended up getting 3. Now it's Pink and Vico who are going to go for the flag. Remember, that's 15 additional points. And where they are on the leaderboard, that would be an amazing gift to have as Raccoon goes down to Flix. Moneymaker and his duo is going to contest the flag. Any team who's standing within the boundaries of the flag are able to stop its progress. So they need to finish this fight. And I think a third team is also going to come and contest. Moneymaker's just trying to see what he can do here. Vico's just playing the box fight. Pink and Vico are in third place, so getting these additional points, it's a huge difference between the points of third and second place. About 80-point difference between the two. Miro and Cooper with the third team I was talking about. They're trying to get in on this flag. But the problem is they might end up doing their same mistake. They might end up going for it and using too many resources. There's actually 4 or 5 teams in the area trying to get these points. The more the games go, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th games, the more the teams are going to be a bit more desperate for the points. They're going to start playing for the flag. Cooper and Miro don't even really need these points, but they're just trying to get as much damage as they can. They're trying to get the resources that they can. And Polarize ends up taking out Bryce in the kill feed. And here's where the zone is going to come in. Damage has been done by most of these teams. Misha's going to get a nice shot taken to him. Pink and Vico are just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. They want this flag. They need to make them back off in order to get it, and they managed to claim it. All of that loot is now theirs. Vico hitting a nasty pump shot. There is another team below them, though. They're going to get the slurps and the shieldfish, the gold pumps. Miro barely alive, but he manages to use the slurp. They're going to end up probably getting out of there. This is what I was saying. They're using their resources. They don't have a ton of heals left remaining. They got enough builds to make it through, but this endgame is going to be something they're definitely going to need a refresh later on the line. And then you got Mixit and Blocka, who are just taking that high ground, that hill up on the ice biome, the tallest hill in Fortnite, I believe. Dash is going to go down to Vino. Carmi and Vaniac, they're just trying to take advantage of all the brick around them. It's not a lot, but it's enough. Acorn and Cold might even go and contest that. Vino had just finished getting an elimination, but the fight has got him weak. Rapid and Batman Booga are coming into Vino and Queasy. The NA versus the EU. And this leaderboard is very, very close. You talk about an 80-point difference between third place and second place. Between 27th and 23rd, it's only 10-point difference. And it's amazing that the teams on the lower part of the leaderboard are so much closer to each other. And in this case, iDrop and Mapped, Thomas and Malabuka, they're done. They need to get into the next games and do well in order to even have a chance. The teams on the lower part of the leaderboard that are still alive right now have every opportunity to jump as much as 20 places if they are able to do well. Rise and Niamzo are 507 above the damage threshold. Running a little light on the medium ammo, but he's going to use what he can to get as many tags as possible. Here Niamzo taking some shots. Carmi and Vaniac tied for 5th place, and the 5th place team is out of the game, so they just need one more placement or one more elimination. Teeny and Misha getting caught up. This is a really awkward spot to be fighting because of the low part of elevation. Only half the builds are really even shown through. He's fighting Vico and Pink. A nice shot by Vico, just goes completely around him. Manages to get the gold Twin Mag AR. Poda only with the 1 augment, the first assault augment. And he's up a little higher than the rest of the teams. He's still got a little bit of a ways to go. This is one of the same things. So in the previous zones, previous games, the zones had gone to the west side of the map, and we saw a very large amount of players just huddled around the edge of the east side of that zone. In this case, the zone's going to go north, and we're going to see a lot of players that are going to sit on the south side of that north zone because so many people are going to walk in, and you can see the number of arrows that are still trying to get into the zone. There's still so many that aren't in. Poda is trying to put pressure on a team that's getting hit by Storm Surge. He does get a knock, but it's not going to be enough as a solo. But you can see just how far below this team is. 150 below, and he's going to go down to Storm Surge. Only 8 HP. He's still below. If Storm Surge ticks, he is done. So he needs to find damage before this zone starts to pull. He needs to get at least 162 damage in 20 seconds. He's able to find some minis that'll keep him up for another couple ticks, but it's not going to be a lot. And he's going to be hit by the rocket ram, which is going to take away the minis he just found. He hits that nasty shot. That is damage that he needed. He's only on 8 HP, 50 below, and he gets caught by another team. On the rotate in, this is where everything is going to get really complicated because there's so much structure around Brutal Bastion and all the zones that are pulling. You see that zone is going to be brutal. It's going to go right up that mountain. So many players are going to get caught on the bottom of that mountain. They're going to need to build up. They're going to need the mass to do that. Anybody who shambles at this point is going to have a very hard time. And it's going to pull even further north, which means all the players are going to be clustered on that bottom part. The part where the mountain is, players got to go up that, and that is more than half of the lobby that are trying to go up the mountain at the same time. And you can see pros like Seti and Cammy, the ones who are already available, they got the resources they need. They don't need to worry about Storm Surge. They're just trying to get an early rotate so they can for 2 reasons. That way they don't have to deal with all the other players trying to get up at the same time with them, but it also means that once they actually can get up, they're able to look back at the players who are still struggling and shoot them for damage. Peterbot and Bylaw on the lower side. Rapid, Batman, Booger, they're trying to just get up. Bylaw manages to get a knock, but he's so weak for himself. They also were pushing for the Storm Surge, and Boats and Thoric end up going down. Peterbot and Bylaw managed to get that. Peterbot's going to get Bylaw back up with that mythic charge shotgun. But it's not going to be enough. Another team lands on him, and he's going to have to back out. He still does have the 200 health, but he's going to have to lose Bylaw for now. That is X-Force. And it might look like he's a solo as well. So Peterbot still could have a chance to do something here. He's just trying to get the loot, the box. Takes too much damage, though. That's that Twin Mag AR. It's not just good for the long-range tags. It's still good for the box fights and all that, too. He's just plowing straight through the builds, right into someone's box. Gets a crack. That was an amazing play. He does take a little damage for it, but the amount of stuff. Axe-Force does the same thing. Actually manages to find one on Sphinx when he's weak enough. That is actually an amazing way to get storm tags in the late game. You do 50 damage to every player that you go past. And Axe-Force, because of that, almost has max mats at that point. And like I said, everybody is just going to sit on that side of that hill. There's Reet and Ritual that are on the top left there, completely alone. Cheatin', who actually managed to win one of the games, is 111 above. He's only 41 above now. Vico and Pink go down. A lot of contention happening on that side. Players can keep box fighting each other. That was the 3rd place team that went down, so Cammy and Seti have a chance to take back 3rd place. And here they are right now, 32 AR bullets. So they're going to have to get a refresh if they're going to want those long tags. Otherwise, they can go for the box fights with that sharp tooth shotgun. But they really need to find the damage, and they do need the AR for that. Miro and Cooper only 11 above the Storm Surge. Trying to find one onto that player there who's so weak. Acorn, who's full HP, trying to find another shot onto him as well. Acorn actually drops down. And it's just right below them. I don't even know if they see him. Keats is also down there. Cheating. 91 above. Still playing as a solo. He's trying to make his way into zone. He finds an old crash pad that apparently is not really wanting to be used, but he manages to get it. Jumps forward, jumps down a little lower, but he is now below Storm Surge. Lucky for him, enough players just died that the Storm Surge turns off, but he has to worry about it again after this next zone. Blanca and Mixon, they're trying to take the high ground, and at this point in the game, that is everything. The zone is once again going to pull right over the mountain. Any player who is not on that side already, they're going to be having a really tough time. And you can see, every player is not, they're trying to get as close to the mountain as possible. The lower side of that zone where there is no players, that's because the elevation is the lowest. Mixing, Blanca, they have no problem with Storm Surge. Miro and Cooper have fallen below Storm Surge. this might be the play where people are going to start using the rocket rams. You're going to start seeing them a little bit more. Like, there's 2, 3 players right there, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of them just going to start using the rocket rams in this point, because this is where it matters most. This is where the other teams are not going to be nearly as focused on you. Cheaton's going to find a kill as a solo. He's going to pop the slurp early, and he also finds himself a rocket ram, which is going to be essential. But the longer he takes, the more damage he'll take while actually using the rocket ram, and he'll take more ticks. So he needs to go right now. He manages to get himself back in the zone, and it's a good play to take that slurp juice, but he falls almost all the way, and the zone pulls back. These zones are brutal. They are going back and forth over this mountain. He finds another player in front of him, and that's just it for him. The zone pulled back when he overshot the rocket. Cooper and Miro no longer having to feel the effects of Storm, but they are actually doing pretty well for themselves. They're still have a decent number of heals. They haven't taken too much damage. Vino and Queasy are still trying to contest for height. You remember at the beginning of the day they were saying that's what they were going for. They were going for the high ground. And anybody who contests them otherwise is going to be really careful. But you see Queasy actually managed to get Peterbot's charge shotgun, which means Peterbot is no longer being a part of this match. Vino is going to be on height. They're going to drop the slurp down so they can heal a little bit. Miro and Cooper, they find an elimination. Miro working off a slurp, but he's going to get shot from another team. That's Ryzen, Iamzo, and Karmi. Iamzo gets the kill on the Karmi. No, Cold gets the Cold gets the kill on Karmi. Mr. Savage right in front. Cooper was trying to find some shots. Cooper goes down to zone. Miro can't get the siphon in time. It's Seti and Cammy. They're still in it. They're still trying to get their 3rd place back. They're going to try to work for the 2nd and 1st place. Cammy and Seti, they have the heals they need. They just need to get up. He has 6 builds. Seti has 5, but they managed to get the kill on the Reet. And that's another kill, but it's too late. Seti goes down. Cammy's getting shot from above. No builds left. Chubbs also has no builds. Everybody is a solo except for Vino. And 1 knockdown. That means everyone's a solo. And it's down to Bryce and Chubbs. You can see the webcam there. He had no clue what happened.
Fighting their way through it to the grand final stage. They have picked up a victory royale, and they have continued to win over this weekend. They are rising stars.
Bryce, the sight of you winning a victory royale is going to be one of the most enduring memories of this entire event for me, because every time you guys have success in the lobby, you just can't believe how good you are. What does it feel like to take a 2nd victory royale in Copenhagen?
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in 4th on the leaderboard.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Is that literally the conversation you had?
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first time on LAN for you, Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How much experience have you been able to bring to the stage this weekend?
Not much, but our skill is there, so we're here to win.
Is that what it's all about? Just the skill?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your early games then, because that seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested, that can just mat up and get their resources ready, seem to be doing the best right now. Are you finding yourself caught in early fights?
Only last game. This game, we're just playing how we normally play, get Surge.
So what happens then if someone comes to you to try and get that Surge?
We're better than them. We'll just kill them.
Do you believe this, Bryce? Do you believe in yourself now after you've had so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this, man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the 2 of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. Everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Bryce and Chubbs showing a lot of restraint, right? They could be going crazy, they could be popping up, but no, they're focused. They know there's only 2 games left to go. Now with this lead, with this victory royale and the eliminations as well, they could make a run of it. Now, very quickly, before we even get going, Kelly Link, Mini Miner, welcome to the analyst desk. Okay, now hit me.
I mean, wow. This is something that we have seen from this duo this weekend. They have got victory royales in the previous rounds. And we've just seen it again. I think there's a few question marks about whether they could do it on the big stage. I mean, Frankie mentioned it. Maybe the lack of experience compared to some of the other duos in the lobby, but they're not showing any nerves at the moment. They're on top.
No, and they were on top of that mountain as well.
Yeah.
Once we saw Mixon drop down from there. We also saw Vino, Queasy, Seti, and Cammy all fighting for that high ground.
Acorn cold.
And when you have the mountain there, it is so important to be able to grab that high ground because it is so difficult to be able to recover from the mid and low ground. And we saw that from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Once that zone does move, it's a lot more difficult to be able to rotate around the high ground. So big shout outs to our duo, Chubbs and Bryce right there, going up 16 placement points. But Cooper and Miro, Pixie and Cheatin' not moving anywhere.
Yeah, I want to come back to them first. Cammy and Seti, you kind of highlighted them there. We saw them, we saw Cole, we saw Vino and Queasy. My gosh, that end game was a who's who. Didn't matter where you were looking. You're like, I know all of these names. But I love here, you can just tell, if you really pay attention to the way Cammy and Seti play, when Queasy and Veno are close by and they're kind of like interacting, the way that Seti and Cammy, there's like this tiny little change. It's almost like now they're on the hunt. They can smell the blood in the water. They're like, no, you're close by. Okay, we switch it on.
Yeah, they definitely know. I mean, when you got two of the best teams in the entire world battling for height, it is an absolute spectacle to behold. That was such a good endgame from both those guys. Of course, making it to endgame is great to see for Veno and Queasy in particular as well. And of course, Cammy and Seti. These guys have had a little bit of a rough day today. I know you guys mentioned it on the desk earlier. They haven't actually had a good game. Hopefully, they can bring some better games as well because we know what this duo can do. And again, Kelly, that's just highlighting how they're not just a low ground team. They're not just a mid ground team. They are willing and able to take high.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in third place.
Yeah.
So clearly, their rough game is my best day in the world. But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were able to bring back up their teammate. However, they realized that once they did, they backed off and said that this isn't worth it. We don't want to get knocked down early because we want to make it to the end game, and they did just that.
And that's what they've been doing all day. They've been sitting inside of that storm. That's one of their strategies that we like to see from Cammy and Seti on this big stage. They're trying to get those heals, and particularly when the zone pulls north, of course, it goes into that jungle area where there are those shield mushrooms. Of course, there are those bounce little mushrooms as well that you can use to rotate. And we even saw them in that game using one of those kinetic rocks. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stay back. They're trying to get out of fights and ensure that they can make it to endgame.
And another thing that they're doing pretty much every single game except for one is being able to get that forecast tower, which is obviously so beneficial. But we got to talk about the top team, Cooper and Miro. Miro just going absolutely crazy. And there was a moment in that game where I wasn't too sure how they were going to do. You can see here, 102 below storm surge there, and that is such a risky place to be this late in the game. But also, I mean, can we talk about the rocket ram in this game? I don't think I've ever seen so many builds destroyed in just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that was just because of the natural elevation in the zone. The rocket ram is the item just to smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least breaking everything that could be getting in the way. But this is a fantastic end game from Miro. And I know on the cast there, I think it was Monster, he mentioned that there was like 4 of our top 5 teams all surrounding the Rift Island. That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Miro being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers. Of course, you can have so many of those mats that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Miro are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go to Cooper and Miro, they are farming, and it has been every single game, and they are one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game so that they can have a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
And we've seen a lot of west zones today, right? Games 1 to 3, all on the west side. And of course, Miro and Cooper, they land on that west side. So for once, we're seeing a zone that isn't in their favor. And I was definitely asking a few questions about, I was like, if the zone doesn't pull their way, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to sort of play to that standard? They've just answered all of my questions.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking at global champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right now. He is fragging out like crazy. Veno is doing what he does.
This is great to see from Veno, and I know their sort of game strategy and their game plan has been so masterfully crafted by his team. Of course, BloodX, of course, on the coaching side of things, just doing things fantastically well. And Veno's been such a great player that's developed so much throughout his entire gameplay. He hasn't just been an all-out fragger, just jumping in boxes brainlessly. He has developed into such a fantastic, almost half IGL. He tends to take control in these end games, whilst also fragging out. What can't he do?
Well, especially when you're in a solo situation, you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit because you know your situation the best, and that is exactly what we saw from Veno.
Guys, I want to break down so much. There's just so much happening in this game, but I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the action. So casters, back on up to you.
Thank you guys so much. Always love getting that little bit of analytical insight during the analyst desk segments, but they're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances, so many different players, and I just want to see if they can keep the ball rolling here in game number 5.
Lucky for us, we can do just that because the battle bus is here. Let's go.
All right, guys, here we go into game 5. This is second to last game.
Game number.
All right. So we'll see. Like I was talking about a little earlier, we got Bugha and Peterbot's team. They're contesting for Sanguine Sweets, but you don't really see another team going for Eclipse Estate or Relentless Retreat. And I kind of find that interesting because of the two POIs, Eclipse Estate actually would seem like a better loot than Sanguine Sweets does. But then you actually look and you break it down. You actually can figure out that Sanguine Sweets actually has about twice the amount of chests that the Estates does, which is actually pretty crazy considering the fact that the Estates is supposed to be the main vault, you know, of the whole like aspect. Thomas HD and Malabuka going down once again. Malabuka does find an AR, but Kanata runs that SMG and Agers comes off with the shotgun. Now they got to be in position. They're ready for that third party now. They actually can do something about it. The FNCS champions of last season for NA. This is Kanata's viewpoint of that. What an amazing, just complete aim this man has. Just turning in the full 180 with the slide. Now we got Pixie and Cheatin with Clement and Kaizen. The brutal Bastion fight. You can see PWR Alex in the background. Worthy's probably somewhere around there as well. And interesting news, we haven't really seen the turrets be used that much. Ryzen misses the important shots though. Baka and Pars are being very aggressive in this fight, and this time they win the off spawn. You gotta remember there were 3 teams landing here, so actually trying to come off of one of those, it's really great that they're able to stay alive in that instance. Here you see the replay of the same exact Ryzen just missed the shots that he needed, and Pars finishes it off with the suppressed pistol. Miro and Cooper, the first place team, they get the center position of the map where they can just find as many tags they need. Well, yes, they have gone below Surge a few times. It's not that bad. You know, Miro has won 4 of his FNCS titles without actually winning a victory royale. That's actually kind of crazy to think about. And the other thing, they get all that loot to themselves. They get the guaranteed Gold Combat SMG plus whatever else is in that smaller vault. Strachey, Kylie, testing for Steamy Springs. The other team seems to be leaving the area alone though. The point difference between 3rd and 2nd place isn't as substantial anymore, but then you look at the point difference between 3rd and 1st place, it is now at 97 point difference. That is ridiculous. And then you see 5th and 4th, it is 1 point difference. Vico and Pink could honestly just get a single elim right now and overtake Bryson Chubbs if they keep that up. Right now, Cheatin, Pixie, they're trying to look at the area, see if they can find their foes. Pixie and Cheatin are the first duo since Agua and Nyrox in World Cup with back-to-back victory royales in a LAN tournament. World Cup 2019. They are the first duo to do that in 4 years. And yet they're still not in first place. Cooper and Miro have come incredibly close to winning pretty much 3 of these games so far, which is why you can see why they're in the first place spot. But Misha and his duo, they're in a rough spot. They only got the 1 build, very little ammo, and no heals. As well as Finn down on the bottom of that castle there. And this is what happened right here. This is what really put them in a rough spot. Teeny manages to get one on Kits, and then that's when this duo just ran under the castle. Moneymaker takes a huge shot. You can hear the Maven popping around. That's Orchidea with the gold Maven. Takes out Bobby, but that is a very awkward spot to be fighting. With a place that low space between the floor and your head. It's very hard to hit your shots. It's very hard to move around to not get shot. So it's a good thing they finished up that fight when they did. Moneymaker taking full advantage of his augments. He's got the first shot on his assault rifle. He has soaring sprints. You have Muzz and Paper trying to be aggressive. Muzz with the gold pump and the purple twin mag. That is a very substantial loadout for this duo. Paper is trying to get around on the other side. This team just does not really feel like fighting this, and you can't really blame them. Paper's got that sniper. Any damage that he can deal is critical. He has an augment that will give him siphon upon hitting shots like that. It's not crazy siphon. It's about maybe 15 per hit, but well, for the sniper it's probably around 20, but any additional HP that you can get from dealing damage is good enough for him. The only thing they seem to be lacking a little is their heals are not so great. Sphinx and Poyo are now fighting Moneymaker. Moneymaker just got out of a fight up on the top there. Sphinx trying to get that piece control in. But he's just going to stay. He's just playing pressure. Having his duo play from 2 different angles. Trying to get as much pressure as possible. But there's a third party. Just looking. Doing damage. Just trying to see what he can do. Moneymaker takes a nice angle on the Sphinx. There's no way Sphinx could have returned any damage from that angle. Poyo and Sphinx are kind of just slowly backing off. But they run into Larpex, the third party. And Moneymaker for Gen, they decide that's probably their time to get out of here while they can. Still 44 teams left. No one is playing solo. As I say, no one is playing solo. You still see a couple of players very separated from their teammate. Teeny and Misha are still sitting under the same ramp they were 5 minutes ago. Teeny with 10 builds. Misha with 1, I believe. And you can see on the webcam, he's just sitting there. He's not even touching his keyboard, really. Actually, as I said, I think he's actually on controller, but either way, they're just sitting there. Minding their own time. Misha's on keyboard. Trying to figure out what's going. Zagu and Raccoon, they're still both up there. They probably know that Misha and Teeny are somewhere nearby. And they're waiting for them to do something. But Misha and Teeny, they're just being very patient. They just have to hope that that patience isn't what undoes them. They're not going to have any resources if they do end up leaving. Chubbs and Bryce. They seem to be pretty good on their stuff. They got the gold AR, likely from a storm tower. They have the slurps, also probably from the storm tower. Because if they had gotten it from a cache, they would have had at least a blue sharp tooth instead of the green that they both have. They're in 4th place, just in front of Vico and Pink. Poda and Snazy are getting tagged by Cooper at the top of the temple. Damage that Cooper can do from there is essential for the Storm Surge in the later match. That's kind of what they're doing. Their pros are just, they're moving into their environment. They're just farming what's around them. They had a gold cache spawn right on them. And the caches, they always spawn for 2 players at equal 2 teams at equal distance. So when you have one spawn that close, it just shows how close Cooper and Miro probably were to that, because that was probably their cache too. Misha and Teeny are also fighting for one. It was already claimed at Legendary. An amazing shot, but now he's kind of stuck. None of those bills are his. Misha's just spraying through the SMG. Teeny's going to get dropped. But Misha finishes the fight. He's going to get Teeny back up, and they get the gold cache all to themselves. At least for now. Pixie and Cheatin'. Trying to claim a cache of their own. Theirs is only purple. But there are also teams around them that could also be somewhat of an annoyance. Pixie's trying to get over to Cheatin'. There's another team sitting on top of the temple. And you see that right now in these zones, you have all the players that are positioning themselves on the high elevation points. That's because they're looking around. They're trying to get damage tags for pretty much against anyone they can see. Even the 20 damage you hit with an AR from a long distance, that adds up over time. Queasy and Vino near Vico and Pink. Vico and Pink, if they can just get a single elimination, they can overtake 4th place. And it looks like they may have gotten that elimination already. Cammy and Seti once again maybe about to take their storm fights that they do on the outside of Frenzy. This zone is a lot more central to the map than a lot of the other ones have been. Players are able to stay by the temple and by Creaky Compound for quite a bit longer than they would have otherwise. Mustache. Alex and Worthy. Alex has just gone down to Mustache and Tayson. They have gotten the gold cache on them, and Worthy is not going to be able to make it past that. They get another cache, manage to get more slurps. And they're set up rather well for themselves. They have a decent number of mats. They definitely have the resources they need. Their positioning is going to be a little off, but they're close enough to the zone it probably won't be too much of a worry. You see the replay of what happened to the PWR team, the power team. Rift Island is spawned in. Axe Force and Roba go immediately for it. Misha and Teeny may contest for it. We'll still have to see. The shields get dropped. Whole fight is getting involved now. Axe Force and Rawback. Teeny and Misha did end up contesting it. So they have to get each other off of that spot, because as long as both players are standing on the same area, that flag will not progress at all. Robab is going to have to end up using one of their slurps. But they're 530 above. They're just trying to get the flag for the points. It's the 5th game. They need the points now or they're not going to be able to get them at all. Pixie takes a ton of damage from Chico and Chul. Pixie's by himself. His duo is all the way on the other side of Brutal Bastion. And now Cheatin is left as a solo. Gets caught out by another team who's looking. He's still 250 above. He's not doing too bad. But he needs to figure out how to get the zone. He's got to get the solo points. There's Booga and Threats that are going to be just in front of him. And he's going to go back for Pixie's reboot card. Takes a huge shot from the back. He's lucky it was still a 1-tick zone. He's going to have to use the slurp for that. He's going right back to that reboot card. And he's going to reboot in the storm. Right here at Brutal Bastion. Pixie is back, though he's not going to have as much loot as he would have now. So they're going to have to figure out how to get into the zone. As after this one closes, it's going to start being a 2-tick. They do got the launch pad right now. But for now, the storm is still a 1-tick zone. But Storm Surge is also going to become an issue. Got Rise and Iamzo 400 above, 420 above. It'll go to a 2-tick after about 35 seconds. Strokey and Kylie fighting Queasy and Vino. Queasy's by himself. Strokey gets the ramp, the piece control that he needed. Seti's coming up with Cammy. 78 above the threshold. They're going to need to do some damage. You can hear the crowd chanting Seti. Cammy's just shortly behind him. And once again, Pink and Vico, Bryce and Chubbs, they are still only 1 point off from each other. But here's our first place team. It's Miro and Cooper. And once again, you see the strategy of Miro not carrying a shotgun, but instead he's using the gold SMG. Kanata gets one on the Batman Booga. Pixie, he's fighting for himself. But no, the duo who had ended up rebooting in the storm goes down to Blaka. And Threats gets on the Cheatin'. 2 solos who are going to die near the end of the storm. And the zone will now be a 2-tick zone. All the teams are going to come in from the north. Cooper and Miro haven't really needed to do much. They left their home turf, but now they're able to actually go right back to it. And probably could even use some of their old builds that are still on top of that temple. Miro takes a couple shots from a Maven from behind. Cooper's going to have to come back towards him. Only 65 above. They sort of need to take this fight. Nice shot coming off. He's able to use that scope salvo and land a headshot. 60 damage. They're now 148 above. And there's enough players around them that they can kind of figure out where they can get their shots. They do have trees in the hill on their side that's going to block a lot of their viewpoints, but they also got a lot of players coming in from the other direction. Seti and Cammy. They're going to go inside of the temple. whilst also looking around for more tags. Cammy's finding some tags onto Thoric, and he's trying to apply as much pressure as possible so that Thoric can't heal, but Thoric's going to pop a flopper, and Cammy knows that the time to move is now. The 2-tick zone doesn't want to get caught in there for very long. And Storm Surge is going to turn on. They're 150 above. Queasy and Vino have gone down, so the leaderboard is going to shift quite a bit. Polarize gets a couple kills in the kill feed. Thoric, the kid Cammy was just shooting at, is going to go flying around, going to try to get to the other side of the zone. You see Snazy in the back getting hit by Storm Surge, Cooper and Miro. They're just trying to take their fight. Miro's going to go taking a lot of damage, but they end up getting the 2v2 against Nudie and Gabzera, which means they're going to be pretty good on Storm Surge now. By now, they were about 150 above. Should be at least 400 above now. So Pixie and Cheatin, the second place team, has also gone down. Cammy and Seti have got an opportunity. And Cooper and Miro, the first place team, they're still holding on. They dropped the gold infiltrator for the green Sharptooth, which is an interesting play. But I think depending on the play style of the player, it's a valid play. They're going to be moving to the next zone. It's going to be about nearly a 5-tick at this point. And they're trying to make this rotate on foot. Once again, using the rocket ram in this stage, you're going to get shot at when you have the teams looking at you. Another team just rocket rams onto their box. That's Guild Hen and Kaizen and Clement. Miro finds the damage. Storm Surge is being an issue again, but he gets sprayed out. He needs to get back up to Cooper. Recuperate what he's doing, but he's taking more damage. He did manage to do some, but the damage he's taking is going to drive that number back down again. He's only 160 above. They were 200 above. And the zone's going to pull back far away from most of the players. Most of the players are still in the jungle part of the area of the map, which means there's an elevation difference between those two hills. Some players are going to rotate it early, trying to get over in that area. Playing in a box fight on the side of the mountain, though, it's going to be a little difficult for them. But they know what they're doing. They're calm. They know this is what they do. This is... And especially from Miro, he's always used to playing with Booga. Bolts and Thoric getting double sprayed by a Twin Mag AR. Vico and Pink. They're so close to that 4th place. And the point difference between that and 3rd place still isn't that crazy. So if they can get it, if Cammy and Seti go down here, Pink and Vico could potentially get up high enough to take the top 3. Cammy and Seti, though, they're still playing strong, little light on ammo, but they're 550 above. He's gonna offer Seti his last slurp juice. Aegis and Kanata still up as well. Aegis and Kanata, when they survive the off-spawn, they're able to make it to that end game. Cammy and Seti, they're just playing for height. Bryce is a solo with... He finds nasty damage. That was damage he needed to just stay above. The more he can get now, the less he has to worry about later as Storm Surge turns off for now. But he also has Booga and threats that are coming up by his side. Vico and Pink. Pink is now down. Vico's by himself with 6 builds. 2 minis. And the zone starts to pull across. Got a small little hill over here, but then you got... The thing you gotta worry then is that if the zone pulls further to the west after this one, you're gonna have to go over the water. Miro decides to go for the rocket ram play. Cooper is trying to find around him. Miro's trying to catch over to Cooper. You see Kanata, Aegis, Cooper is out of builds. Miro probably doesn't have many left either. They need their refresh. This is what happens. This is what they've been doing. the entire day. They have found refresh after refresh. They find one on a Vico. Cammy and Seti have gone down. This is Pink and Vico's chance. But they've gone down as well. And then Cooper and Miro finally go down in 14th place. Polarize is getting shot by Bryce. Rituals. Bryce is a solo. He's trying to use the crash pads, but they don't go through the builds like the old ones. He's got to find another play. He's going to use the crash pad on the ramp, get the glider redeploy going. He's landing over by Polarize. He has 10 builds left. He needs to refresh. And once, like I was saying, the storm is going to pull over the water and make any player who doesn't have the mats really struggle for this. Parr's going to take a slight damage. Aegis gets the rest, but he dies to fall damage. He runs out of mats and lands on someone else's box. That also means there's no points given to anybody for killing Aegis. Only the points for killing Kanata. Bryce ends up going down to Baka. Threats is still alive. Booga's down. And the zone continues to pull past the water. Threats on 9 builds. There's a player right beneath him. And he decides to go for low ground. He has no builds left, but he's going to look for any opportunity he has. There's a kid in the water. He finds the Polarize, and he gets a huge refresh with 38 builds. At that point, he probably has more builds than pretty much anybody else. It's Lishi and Chico as the on the bottom. 3. It is all solos now. There are 4 solos left in this match. Lishi has the Breacher shotgun. And he gets caught out by Threats. Looking back in the zone, it's down to the last 3 players. Threats goes down, and it's Chico and Shul's game.
A massive hit there at the very end. Trulex and Chicho needed the points. But right now, what I need, Monster, is to hear from these two.
Wow, wow, wow. Chicho and Trulex, you have done it at the last moment. You've bagged yourself a victory royale and currently 9th on the leaderboard. Tell me about those final moments.
That's really good. I got soul clutched. Trulex died first moving. He got full max mats. So I just got height in last moving and won.
Yeah, and you managed to main the focus. What was it like watching all of this go down?
So it was crazy in first moving. No, in like second moving, I landed in like four people in the box, and then everyone died. So I just told them like to come take all the mats and just play the game out. I gave him a rocket. He went to the zone and did the impossible.
It's so tough in the top 10, boys. What are you playing for as we head into the 6th and final game of the FNCS Global Championship?
I mean, we're just trying our best. We're contested every single game at one of the worst spots to be contested at. If we were Uncon, we 100% place the best, and we're conned by, he says, one of the best Ospan players in the game, but clearly it doesn't look like it.
Who?
50. Kalski is in top 50.
Who is the off-spawn battling duo that you're having to face each time?
Vanti and TK.
And clearly you guys are coming out on top. Good luck in the final game, boys. And congratulations on your victory royale. Copenhagen, please give it up for Trulex and Chicho!
Trulex, Chicho, congratulations, the victory royale. It's gotta feel so good going into game number 5 with only a single game left to go. Getting that's just gotta energize them so much.
Especially in the way that they did it as well. Of course, Chicho saying right there, solo clutching since, was it first moving zone? Incredible stuff. And that just shows how important it is to have that teammate that can make those big calls right there at the end, which Trulex was doing so well.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Trulex communicating that you have to take all of my material that I have, everything that is in my loadout, and use this. And the fact that Chicho went for high ground as a solo towards that 10th zone was so courageous and really ended up working well for him.
And that's something that we like to see out of solos in endgames. It's very, very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
Big
place as you
smile
can.
on his face.
Oh, he's loving it. This is for good reason. Because he's just done something right there that's so confident in going for high as a solo. So many players will just sort of back off a little bit, be a little bit more passive, but it's the players that do take huge risks like this, even though you're a solo, are the ones that pay off. And look at this from Chicha.
We did see this play very similar from like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno, right? The difference is when they chose to do it. We kind of did it in these other much larger moving zones with like 25 people left. Here in this like 1v1v1, you're like, okay, it's me and 2 others. If I disappear from the equation and I reappear someone else and slam down, crack all these builds, it's gonna be enough. It's gonna give me a moment to try and strike. So incredible. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We have 1 game left to go. Can anyone stop Cooper and Miro?
All right, well, let's, do the math a little bit. It's 65 points for Victory Royale. If they get double-digit eliminations with 10, that's going to be another 40. So 100 points is not going to be enough if Cooper and Miro go down immediately and then Chubbs and Bryce get the best game that we have seen so far. Then there is a slight possibility that, of course, there is still Pixie and Cheatin who have a slight chance.
They do. I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro and Cooper.
Great.
And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number. These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that I noticed there throughout that whole game was Miro was so confident in their Storm Surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid-game. Their strategy then, going into that 7th zone, 6th zone situation, they try and go for a big refresh. Then he picks up the shotgun. He drops the assault rifle. Then he has that SMG and shotgun to play so well in endgame. And the way that they're taking walls, of course, we have Miro who's actually spraying the wall, and then Cooper's the one that's claiming it. So well played.
And Cooper and Miro, when they ran out of builds in the very end of that game right there, you saw that they waited, stayed on low ground, and where a lot of people will try and stay at the front of zone so they can kind of peek behind them, they stayed behind and rotated just on the edge, and were even able to get another elimination in that moment just because their positioning was so smart. They knew that it was going to be so chaotic, either on top or in front, so they stayed in the back corner. It was perfect.
Just disgusting. Their average going into that game, their average placement 5.25.
Wow.
Just nuts. Now, before we get going, it's highly likely we're looking at our global champions, but what I want to focus on is the prize money. Yes, $1 million, a championship axe, a championship trophy, and a title. But keep in mind, as we watch these duos go head to head, think about this for a moment. 2nd place and 3rd. If I'm a duo and I can get a single point difference, that is literally $250,000 of difference. So y'all need to make some noise, pay attention, because every single interaction is going to be huge.
That's absolutely right. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars between each of these places. There's so many different storylines. The story is not over, even though Cooper and Miro are so far ahead. And I mean, who knows what could happen? We saw it at Invitational. Will they get landed on?
Ooh, could you imagine Cammy and Seti taking a page from the book of Queasy and Veno? We'll have to wait and see.
I would love to, but you know what? We've got something special lined up for you. We've got our man Levin2K on the stage to get us hyped for game number 6.
The final game is here. It is time to crown some champions. Voy Arena, are you ready? The players on this stage have given everything of their being to be here for this moment, to be here for this trophy. So I need to give you everything you've got. I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. Voy Arena, are you ready? It is time! Game number 6 is here!
Wow, Levin2K really hyping it up over there, guys. At this point, it's either Cooper, it's almost guaranteed to be Cooper and Miro's game, but it is going to be interesting. What if we actually see teams start contesting Cooper and Miro so that they cannot survive off spawn, risking everything just to make sure that the first place team doesn't happen. That did happen at the FNCS Invitational in Chapter 3 Season 4. So let's see if it happens now in Chapter 4 Season 4. First off, we want to see this fight off spawn between Kanata and Malabuka. This has just been going so interesting, but they actually split off. They're going to split the drop this time. And at this point, this will actually almost completely come down to the skill, because both teams will have an opportunity to get something into their inventories so that they can actually start a fight. We have 3 teams contesting over a Brutal Bastion. Pixie's down. Cheatin' shortly behind. It's the second place team they start ganging up on. I mean, it makes sense though, because you have the first place team. They're so far out of reach that maybe the second place team is the way to go. The difference from third to second place is $250,000. You have $400,000 for third place and $650,000 for second. It's a huge difference that Bryson Chubbs, Cammy and Seti, they're going to want to fight for it. And once again, Cammy and Seti and Vico and Pink are 1 point off, except this time, Vico and Pink are the ones in 5th. You can see the lobby is going to be a little bit more aggressive this time, as 4 of the teams have already gone down. Cheatin' managed to get Pixie back on his feet. Clement Kaizen. Malabuka versus Azers and Knotters. Looks like Malabuka's a solo. No, he's not. Thomas is just off in the distance. This split up might be the downfall, as Malabuka's also being shot by Rise and Niamzo. And the shot coming off from Azers and hits down to Rise and Niamzo, the third party. But Agers gets the finish. And that leaves Thomas on his own. But that also could mean that we might end up actually seeing both teams in the endgame for this game, which would be something interesting, because that is something we haven't seen yet. The amount of mats that you're able to get at this place as well, it's pretty amazing. As Rise is going to come around, maybe take a look. Yamzo's probably right by him. Thoric and Bolts being pressured by Vidil here. Mr. Savage is going to be right behind him. Mr. Savage and Vidil haven't been having the best day so far. Vidil's looking for an angle. Bolts on the other side of that island also going to be trying to take any tags any second that Vidil's open, but Thoric is going to get going down. Vidil was getting shot from behind by another one of the teams. Mr. Savage and Vidil, they're trying to make their comeback. The more they can get up on that placement, every single team playing in the finals is going to get at least $10,000, but the more placements you're able to get up, the more money you can receive. Vastraki and Kylie. Vastraki's stuck with the Havoc assault rifle, but he's trying to make it work. He also has the sniper, gonna try to take Datus by surprise. He hits a body shot snipe. That is one of the first snipes we've actually really seen connected at all today, and Stain is going to go down. That snipe by Vastraki might have sold it. And you can see the arrow on the bottom right of the map. Datus is trying to just back away, but Vastraki and Kylie, they want that elimination. So many teams are being so aggressive right now. You hear another sniper shot coming in. There's a third party coming up on the hill. That's Paper and Muzz. He's not going to see him. And the headshot snipe comes in. That was a beautiful shot. Rababack and Axe Force comes down. Paper and Muzz hit the headshot snipe that they need. Paper has a heisted breacher shotgun. This might be over. Henstar on has barely any HP. Chare trying to get away. They have separated this team. They can choose who to go for. But they don't know where he is. They don't realize he's gotten away. N-Star in his desperation is taking damage from another team. And he goes down. And Paper can hear the sound effect of the death of N-Star. But he's going to look with that sniper. Bolts and Thoric still being pressured by Mr. Savage. Bolts is about to go down a zone. Leaderboard is really going to be shifting up. You can really tell everything is going so smoothly for some of these teams, and the others, it's just they're getting hit by that aggression. The aggression of these teams being the last game. It's now or nothing. They need the elimination points. Some of them aren't going to be able to get much just from placement alone. And Cooper, he's just doing his thing. He's sitting up on the top of that temple. He's looking for players around him so that he can get the damage. He doesn't want to have to deal with Storm Surge in a final lobby. This is his last game. 316 points versus second place's 234. But there is no one in their area. They might suffer from Storm Surge having no one come nearby. Gonna lose some of our image quality here, guys. There we go. Alright, Vino and Queasy. Our image quality is going to be going down. And I'll try to fix it a little later. But right now it's Vino and Queasy, Cheatin' and Pixie. They're in two different locations. The plus side of this is that they're able to look from way more angles than just sitting on one spot alone, which allows them to get a bit more Storm Surge tags. I'm gonna try to refresh this one more time. There we go. Cammy and Seti fighting for their area. They're getting that Storm Tower. And that Storm Tower has been very helpful for them in the last few games. They're sitting on 4th place. The 1 point difference between Vico and Pink. If they go down now, that's money lost. Source and Yumi. We haven't seen them much because Cammy and Seti have been so good at keeping their drop spot to themselves. We end up having the Storm Tower. The NPCs for it are going to start spawning in. Cammy's immediately going to start going after Yumi as he tries to get up to his duo, but he might just decide that maybe it's not worth it. Maybe we're going to go back for the... Gonna go back for our cash. Source is gonna try to hit a snipe real quick, but getting that legendary cash, it's so much more valuable than risking everything for those eliminations. Chubbs and Bryce sitting on their height, trying to look around for any players that might be near them. Bryce has got the sniper rifle, and he sees someone in the distance. Goes for a quick little scope, misses that, but does hit a couple of dinks with the twin mag. Kanata ends up going down to Flixie. It's just a knock, so far Agers could still pull through. And the finish comes through on Kanata. Cheating and Pixie, they're kind of just playing their time. They're really playing for placement this game. Some of the other teams have been pretty aggressive, but these guys, they're just trying to keep where they're going. You know, they don't want to risk it on their last game. Geisen and Clement, they see the team rotating. They beam Pixie on the way over. That scope salvo is just giving them everything they need. That's a good play using the phase of the brick. He can't really see anything now. But one reason he'll keep doing that, he might look with the wall open and then he resets it, but he can still see through that wall for a short time. Cold and Acorn, previous FNCS champions of Chapter 4. They're down in 7th place, but they came so close to get into the top. See replay here with Teeny and Misha versus Vasquez. Just completely caught off guard. He phases right in through the box while Vasquez is trying to make the window edit. Vino and Queasy sitting on the side of the map over by Frenzy. He's got the gold pump with him, but he also has the shrub mud and the mud augment for his healing. That's actually a really good combo because he also is trying to prioritizing those bushes. Basically, his augments make it so that whenever he's in bushes, he gets covered in mud, and then he also has an augment that gives him healing up to 150 while covered in mud. So basically, as long as he was recently in a bush, he can automatically just heal up to 150 over time. Duke and Edgy versus Teeny for the Spawn Island. Teeny and Misha seem to be the ones to get there first. This is the last game. So many people are going to want to go for this island if they can get those 15 points. Because where the leaderboards are at now, that could be enough to make a difference. See Mapped and iDrop coming in. Moneymaker and Frigen already down. iDrop's going to go down as he tries to glide right into the fray. Mapped also going down. So that entire duo is done now. Misha was playing it smart. He's saving his augment that would give him a turret, using the turret to kind of guard the flag. Chico and Trul don't really know if Cheatin' and Pixie are behind them. As they do now, Pixie hits a 60 tag with that AR. He also has that heisted Breacher shotgun. While he doesn't have the first shotgun augment, that shotgun still just does so much damage through builds. And they got plenty of heals, though they should get into the zone so they don't end up having to use all of them. Cooper and Miro just sitting in their spot. They've been in the same spot for the last 10 minutes, just doing damage. And Cooper actually has an augment that'll give him medium ammo, as well as scope salvo. Both of them have scope salvo, so they can just do extra damage with those twin mag ARs. They might have a team looking at them on the right side. There's a team very close by. Tayson and Merstash, they're trying to make their way in. They're just barely in the zone now. But they've got quite a good setup for themselves. They have decent amount of heals, almost maximum amount of materials. Thomas and Malabuka, so Malabuka was able to be brought back. This is the first game where Agers, Kanata, and Malabuka and Thomas were still in it. But seeing Malabuka and Thomas HD this far below the leaderboard is honestly really surprising for many teams. Cooper and Miro end up dropping down. Do they know that Thomas is there? They're just going to go right by. Thomas and Malabuka are going to try to engage. Miro and Cooper went for an early rotate off of their spot. But now they have to fight two of EU's best players. But you can see how much trouble they went through just to reboot Malabuka. 300 below this damage threshold. And they're leaving Cooper and Miro alone. They need to do damage in some form. Thomas HD still trying to put a little pressure. 191 below the threshold. He's going to end up rocket ramming through the whole build. And that might have been a mistake as he overshoots the hill. It's going to take a couple seconds before he can hit the ground. It means he's going to take a little shot. And get third party from behind. Miro and Cooper just trying to use their knowledge of this entire building to get into the zone. They know this place much better than the other teams around. But now they deal with the 2-tick zone. Cooper looking for any additional loot that was left in the vault. 660 above the storm's threshold. That's a huge difference compared to Thomas and Malabuka. They're both going to pop medkits in the storm. And end up going to have to go. They're right next to the storm so they can just get out of there without too much of a worry. It's smart to pop the medkits now because then you don't use as much of the med misses later. As well as the fact that Cooper and Miro both have the splashes. Vino and Queasy sitting on top of the mountain just on the side of it. They've got a decent position for themselves. Queasy was using the rarity check augment, but no longer has a green or gray weapon. He does have soaring sprints and glider redeploy, while Vino only has soaring sprints. But Pixie and Cheatin still alive, 360 above. And Pixie is still using that breacher shotgun. And they can really honestly just be as aggressive as they need to be with that shotgun. Giving the audio cues, letting that team know they're there. But they're more focused on the incoming teams, the ones rotating in from the bottom of the map. Cheatin's gonna go after Yuumi. It's an interesting, there's a huge loadout difference between Cheatin and Pixie. You can really see how Cheatin's trying to play like really ITL, while Pixie has pretty much everything he needs. Source is dropped into the box. I don't even know if they really noticed. They decide to back up for now. Other teams just spraying at them as much as they can. 300 above the storm surge. But this exchange has made them use pretty much all of their heals. He left the wall open, gets tagged, plus the third party. Cheatin and Pixie have no heals left. He hits a nice shot onto Source, but Cheatin goes down. Booga and Threats end up dying to zone. Queasy gets Vico. Pixie, the one with the loadout, trying to make it happen. But he has no heals remaining. gonna run out of time. The zone has a maximum pull away from him. He's gonna start getting looked at by every other team. As he makes his way in, all the teams that are clustered on the side of the zone, they're all gonna start focusing on the teams coming in, and that would include Pixie. He missed some minis there. He really doesn't have time to grab them. And as he's coming in, the other teams are gonna look back. Take him out. Cooper and Miro, the first place team, what are very likely our global championship winners. Pixie and Cheatin, the second place team, are done. Bryce and Chubbs have a chance. Cammy and Seti can have a chance to take over third. Cooper and Miro already know they've won this. With second place done, Bryce and Chubbs would have to get over 100 points starting now just to make up to them. And Cooper and Miro would have to go down. It's pretty safe to say that's not going to happen. Chubbs as a solo is still just under 200 above the Storm Surge. With how aggressive this lobby has been, though, he might end up being pretty lucky. Not really have to do much. He's going to need a little bit of damage, but he's not going to need a whole lot. Cooper and Miro, once being 600 above the threshold, are now 150. They're looking around these old builds as it's going to go through the hills of Breakwater Bay. We're at the very northwestern part of the map right now. Miro is trying to get aggressive onto Tayson and Mustache. And everybody falls down. Ends up being Poyo in Cooper's box. Doesn't even realize it at first. Acorn and Cold. And he gets dropped down by another team. Miro's just trying to frag out as much as he can. He's going to go back in the storm, play the Med Mist. But there's another team there. No, he can't pull out the gun in time. The first place team is done, but those are still going to be your global championships. Cammy has the mythic Stinger SMG. Chubbs goes too far into the back of the zone. Another team's going to look at him as he drops into the box. Yamzo and Rise get that kill. Cammy and Steady, they're going for as much as they can. They can overtake third. They could maybe overtake second if they can get enough points. Working with the Slurp Juices, the mythic SMG, the gold sharp tooth shotgun. He's going to edit down. Nudi's going to get edited down. They're going to rocket ramp up into the storm. Nobody's going to be focused on them at that height in the game. They're just going for low ground for now. Seti, very, very weak. If he can get over to him, he can give them a slurp. But it looks like Seti even has his own. They have so many slurps from the Storm Tower and from the caches. They don't even have to worry about it. Acorn finds one on the Karmi. Seti's just full IGL and trying to get Cammy behind him. But Cammy's doing all the work. Rise ends up going down to an N-Star. And the zone goes back towards the hills. N-Star and Anax are the ones sitting on top of the height ground. Acorn by himself here. Acorn needs to make a play. He can't be taking any ticks in zone. He's too weak. But he also has no builds. He can't afford to take a hit from another player. Rapid and Batman Booga almost look back on him. And the zone comes back. They wait. Batman Booga could have seen him. Cammy and Seti still playing their strong. They have 20. Cammy with 28 builds. Got a player rocketing down onto their box. That's Rapid. They're just trying to do as much damage as possible on the low ground. And they're going to play forward. They get the kill onto Rise. The refresh coming off of Rise wasn't quite enough. They're only going to have 9 builds left in this stage. Rapids behind this wall, along with Batman Booga. Chico and Trul are now controlling the high ground. This is a duos game. Rapids knocked. Cammy and Seti take out Gripey and Flixie. That Stinger SMG coming in a huge clutch for Cammy. He drops the Sharp 2 for the Maven. The exotic Maven will hit hard enough. And the rapid fire. Trul finds so much wood on the ground. Chico has no builds. Bama Booga rockets up and actually manages to take height. Cammy and Seti planned on doing the same thing. They crack, they get the cracks. Multiple players could die to fall damage from that. Cammy's on 4 HP. He gets the knock onto Chico. Can he get the finish? He's going to be playing Med Mist. Trul is trying to find him. And he sees where he is. Seti is still alive as well. And the whole thing was chopped by Seti. Here's a 1v1. Cammy and Seti versus Trul. And Cammy and Seti have definitely gone up the placements. Cammy goes down. He had a med miss and doesn't take it. And it's
with 9 elims. You gotta love it, but your global champions are here.
Miro and Cooper from day one getting knocked out of the upper bracket to standing tall here in day number 3, our championship Sunday. Your 2023 global champions even. Miro and Cooper.
Cooper looked up to Miro, reached out to Miro, asked him to play as his duo, and who would have thought it would have been $1 million coin flip? Congratulations, Miro. Congratulations, Cooper. You are a 2023 global champions. Lift that trophy. How amazing it must feel. How great to be the global champions. Miro and Cooper, you have done it. Through the ups, through the downs, this weekend, this entire tournament is yours.
Everything was this moment. Cooper, it's your first time. Everyone in this building, your first ever land, and you are a global champion.
The vibes in this room right now are absolutely insane. Congratulations once again, Cooper, Miro, global champions. They hit the ground running. A second place, a fifth place. They did not stop Mini Miner Kelly. They had eyes and sight on that trophy. They came into today, they knew what they wanted, and they broke through.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish to the day for them. They were almost faultless throughout the entire day. I'm trying to look for things that could have been better. Maybe they could have done that differently. They just popped off. I don't know how they did it.
Every single step of the competition, from the early to mid to late game, when it came to farming, when it came to engagements, when it came to rotating, they did everything almost perfectly. It was absolutely incredible to watch this duo do what they do best, and that is consistency.
What a great storyline for this duo as well. You have the experience of someone like Miro, who I was going to say 5. Let's make that 6 FNCS titles to his name. Of course, picking up Cooper, an underrated, less experienced IGL who has taken the reins and led them to a huge victory by an absolute landslide almost.
And we've talked about this throughout the entire weekend. The fact that this duo almost didn't exist, that it literally came down to a coin flip. This is a story for the ages and one that we will never forget in Fortnite.
Today, history is made. And it's not only Cooper and Miro that are global champions, but that is North America put on the map.
From Invitational going to EU, the global champions will come home to NA. Let's take a look at our overall result, because take a look at the prize money. This was a battle for second place. Cammy and Seti coming out from just outside the top 5. Trulex and Chicho both going head to head. And in the final moments of that game, it was enough. Cammy and Seti come out of nowhere and jump up in a second.
So many people would have said about Cammy and Seti that they're a 12-game team, right? We usually have 12 games over grand finals. This was 6 games. A lot of people would have said, okay, they're not necessarily going to do as good because they're not big game players like we've seen Queasy and Veno have. They're not going to get crazy amounts of eliminations. But they've just proved all of those people wrong. They were consistent throughout the whole day, which is exactly what we expect from them. Even when zones were just not in their favor today, they still did very, very well.
No, we have a lot of these Northwestern zones, and Cammy and Seti made sure to grab that tower every single time so that they were able to be aware and rotate early. And even though it seemed like they had some issues with Storm Surge, they did not let that bring them down, and they were able to rotate that into so much good aggression. And my goodness, that Gunner Stinger SMG that we saw Cammy and Seti using towards the end there was definitely such a huge part of their success in game number 6.
I wanted to highlight one other duo on that list. In your 5th place, the Asia region represent MK Papa and Shalom. Congratulations to them, a top 5 in the global championship. Massive, massive congratulations as we continue to go down the list here. Pixie and Cheatin started off in such a strong position, and they end in 4th place, $300,000 for the duo. This is the 4th best duo in the world.
I mean, these guys, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now, because these are 2 underrated players. I think they're a lot more rated now after that. Coming 4th place in the EU region. I mean, what a fantastic performance those guys. Just let it fall off there just at the end. Maybe nerves got a little bit to them, but 4th place.
Well, we saw how many Western zones they were in, coming all the way from Brutal Bash and having the likes of Booga and Threads constantly block their way into zone. The fact that they were able to get back-to-back victory royales and still have these rough last 2 games and still do as well as they did speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I want to relive that final game from Cooper and Miro. We've got a listen in standing by, so let's hear it.
You're good, bro. Don't even listen. Like
Bro,
I said,
I'm smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. I'm dead ass smiling.
We're the best players. I got Kenna. We're the best players in this lobby. On my life, we are. Pixie died. Oh my god. I'm sweating, bro. You're good. Loosen up, bro. Drink. I know. I'm not even like nervous, bro. I'm just sweating. Chill, bro.
Top 25 comes so soon. I'm just gonna literally play my life. Challenge. Top 26. See one more team to die. No noise challenge,
bro.
Okay. No noise challenge, yeah?
Oh my god, Pixie spectated.
No noise challenge. No noise challenge.
We should chase him, bro. I swear.
Can you come? Okay, yeah, no, we can. We can chase another kid.
No, it's a solo. It's a solo. Please get to me.
Okay, I'm on you. I'm listening. All you. IGL, go.
Yeah, we like to drink.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Yeah, same. I got dropped
down. I got dropped. Solo. Wait, I'm in a box.
Dead.
Jordan.
Get buddy. Chill. Got finished. I got mass. I'm playing my life.
Man, you could just you hear that moment. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? He already knew, right? You heard it from Cooper's Watch. Dude, I got a big smile on my face. They knew going into that last game, it was just a victory lap. They had it all locked up.
Yeah, they did. And I was saying to you, Zeke, before that game, imagine going into a final game of a tournament like this when you pretty much have it all wrapped up. What is the feeling like to do that? It must be absolutely incredible. And of course, they didn't just back down. They didn't just try and double key and make a mess of it. They wanted to close out strong. And even in that end game, they played very, very well. And I mean, you can forgive them for being a little bit nervous in those moments, I think.
Oh, it is definitely deserved. And I mean, just looking at how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack, to say that you are almost 60 points ahead of the reigning invitational champs of Cammy and Seti is just another accolade to add to their belt. But Zeke, I believe we have a special surprise right now.
We do. Gents, if you don't mind putting on these headsets, no big deal. We just have your FNCS Global Champions right here on the stage. Royal Arena, make some noise for your Global Champions, Miro and Cooper. Guys, first off, let's go, guys! Let's go! You did this! You guys have worked so hard. Let's first shine a light. The coin toss. Talk to me about this coin toss. How did this all go? Is this real? Is this made up?
Yeah. I didn't really want to play the game too much no more. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing nothing better. I'm getting a teammate, and I'm coming back. I don't care. Like, I just was. I flipped the coin, and I was like, all right, we're playing with Cooper.
I mean, Coop, did you think back then a coin flip would lead to $1 million FNCS Global Championship title?
I mean, not at all. I mean, back then, I only had 5K earned when we started playing.
Oh my gosh.
Got to up that number now.
Oh, yeah.
Never do it.
Hey, man, live in the moment. You live in the moment.
I mean, Cooper, you just mentioned it right there. You were a very underrated player, 5K earned when you started playing with Miro. Tell me what it's like to play with someone like him. What's he taught you about the game to get to this stage?
Miro's taught me so much. I mean, whenever we first started playing, it was my first time ever IGLing. But being with the best fragger to ever touch the game kind of comes easy, you know? It was great, man. I've learned so much.
I mean, Miro, landing Rumble Ruins unconned definitely seemed to give you guys such a big advantage. How did you guys use that for your success in all 6 games?
I mean, I wouldn't really say our drop shot was an advantage. Some games we were leaving with like no mats and everything. I say just being confident, honestly. Like, I know I'm the best in this lobby, 100%. I came into here, I was thinking, like, after last Invitational, I did bad, I was down. Like, I felt so down, but then I realized I'm like, I got not 1, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5 FNCS wins, make it 6 now. I just need to be confident. I played confident. I was just running around killing people, eliminating people, sorry. We did what we had to do, honestly. Like, that's all I can say.
How did you guys bounce back, right? So you guys got knocked into the lower bracket. For some people, they're maybe looking at anyone in that situation thinking the mentals must be rocky. You guys came in today, I just thought, man, y'all came up from the upper bracket, right? Nothing changed.
Oh.
I think through the first bracket, I came here very nervous. I mean, this being my first major LAN, I mean, this is my 3rd grand finals in general.
Wow.
I came in super shook. I feel like I was really unconfident. So going into Heat 2, I kind of just played my own game. Mero helped a lot with that the day before. He just got me locked in, got me in my game. And then finals, I just never played better in my life. It was amazing.
It's insane.
That's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, obviously, Miro, you're so decorated. And there's so many times where I feel like we kind of almost not discredit Cooper, but it's like we talk so much about you, and then on this stage, Cooper, dude, what in the world? There was just moments where it's just you, and you were just in your flow state, and it didn't matter, man. You were gonna go the distance, find those eliminations, the placement. Where did that come from, dog?
I don't know. I'm just great.
Guys, thank you so much. Can you just, final question, try and dig down, focus.
Yep.
How does it feel? How's it feel?
I mean, honestly, this feels so insane that I hope everybody in the world gets to experience something like this. This is insane. Like, I've never thought from playing video games when I was like a little kid to just sitting on stage in front of this many people is insane. Like, I can't even imagine how many people are watching me right now. This is insane. My mom's watching back home. I love you, Mom. Love my whole family. This is insane.
Cooper?
Absolutely insane.
Feels great.
It feels great. For the fans out there, what will you tell them? Let them know.
Keep moving, man. Life's gonna knock you guys down so many times, even outside of playing video games, and it's just about getting back up. If you stay down, you're gonna stay down. Like, that's how it works. You guys gotta get up and keep moving. That's my best advice.
Cooper, you want to say anything, man? FNCS Global Champion?
I mean, coming from me especially, just chase your dreams, man. I played this game for 3 years, having little to no earnings, and I'm on the main stage now, being great. Feels good.
Let's go. Royal Arena, make some noise. Look at these teams. The fans behind you. Let them know. Before we get ready to say goodbye, let's toss it up to the casters to get their closing thoughts on the competition.
Miro's come such a long way, so has Cooper. And yeah, man, it's such a heartwarming, conversation to unfold there, especially with the way Cooper says, hey, put in the practice, keep going at it, and next thing you know, you could be there. Because once that was Miro too, and now look at how far he's come.
Beyond earned bragging rights for the both of them, and Miro especially adding yet another FNCS champion accolade to his count. 6 is insane. The fact that you have made it that far is ridiculous. And Cooper, really looking forward to seeing just how many more you might be able to add on to that, because at this rate, it seems as though the sky's the ceiling for you, man.
Yeah, definitely. For the millions at home to follow our champions online, we definitely see the stocks going up. So you guys deserve all of your support and everything that you've earned so far. But from us here at the desk, myself, Monster D-Face, the best taco, Jacob PR, who of course had the opportunity to cast all these games, we thank you guys from us up here. We're gonna send it on down to Zeke to close this out.
Man, emotions are running high. It's hard not to get emotional. I want to get you guys closing thoughts.
I mean, the day as a whole was crazy. The weekend as a whole was incredible. And I mean, we got here, right? We got here from a whole year worth of Fortnite competitive action. I want to say a big thank you to the players, of course, that have put on such an incredible show throughout the entire weekend. The fans that have turned up here, not just today, from yesterday, the day before as well, from all of the times that we got to meet everyone, and everyone's been so lovely. Honestly, every single person I've got to speak to has been absolutely incredible. And to all the people watching at home as well, this is what Fortnite is about. These are the stories that this game can create. It is magical, and I wouldn't change anything for the world.
It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of the talent that we've had here, and you guys especially as well. I've been loving being on the desk with you all, and like you just reiterate, all of the fans, all of the players to showcase what Fortnite has to offer. Our amazing production team as well. This has been such an experience, and one that I will never forget. And Zeke, I thank you for, you know, being the captain of the ship.
Being goofball supreme. That is what my job is. To everyone, thank you guys so much. From the talent crew, from Vivid, from Levin2K, from Frankie Ward, from these two, your casters, the production crew, from Epic, to the fans, to the players. This is all possible because of you guys, your passion, your love for the game. It's hard not to get emotional, but man, as Minnie said, this is what this is all about. So we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for your love of Fortnite. We cannot wait to see you all for 2024. So until then, as always, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Come and
see me coming through. I'm the man with an axe and a bad attitude. Do the math, cause my damage 100 times two. Give it everything I have because I never plan to lose. I'm a champ, I'm a boss when I knock at your door. I'm a chop, 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 chop down till you gone. I'm a real renegade. I'm on fire like blaze. Call me Midas when I touch them cause I know I'm getting paid. All I do is what I do. What I do it well. I've been shining in the dark. I don't know if you can tell. Is you ready for the storm? Can't you see it coming in? Better find a way to run. If you don't, it's over with. You already been warned. Tell them here come the pain. I'm the king of the storm, so forever I reign. I'ma light up the world, and my future is up. They gon' study my blood. You must be living in vain. Let's get it going. I'm ready to win. Said I can't do it. I did it again. Don't got a limit. I go to the end. Do what I want and you do what you can. All of you did was make me stronger, faster, harder, smarter. Now my band got so many callers. Spin me alone cause I'm a baller. I'm the one. I'm the only. I'm the king. Run up on me and I'ma break through. Break through. And I'ma break through. Break through. Got a check. Then you own. Give me that. If you the best, you the one. Come and show. Let me see it. And I'ma break through. Break through. I'ma break through. Break through. I'm the one. I'm the only. I'm the king. Run up on me and I'ma break through. Break through. Break through. Break through. Got a check. Then you own me. If you the best, come and show me. We going straight through. Straight through. We going straight through. Straight through. I'm the one. I'm the only. I'm the king. Run up on me. I'm the one.